flowers? Are they supposed to be like gunshot wounds?
Paintballs. We're going with paintballs for this one.
Paintballs. Yes, paintballs and my peanut butter and jelly knife for the purposes of monetization.
Speaking of YouTube not letting us have any fun, the 70s was also the era of the sexy costume. Sexy teacher, sexy librarian, sexy mouse, you get the idea. However, after the edible underwear incident, Matt has been banned from anything sexy clothing related for a long, long time. We are all still in therapy because of that video. So instead, we decided to get Matt something a little bit more vintage. Welcome to the next era of Halloween, the 1950s and the mask on era.
Ooh, what's in this mystery box? Well, pause for a second while I put it on.
And while we take that pause, I'm going to take a minute to tell you about the sponsor of today's episode, Display. Let's see if we can get this done before Matt finishes changing.
I will have you know that this next costume left very little to the imagination. I had to protect my dignity.
Because there was so much of that left to begin with, right? But hey, while Matt's next costume leaves little to the imagination, Display offers almost anything your imagination can dream of. You see, if you love decorating but hate damaging your walls, Display makes decorating your home for any season as easy as putting magnets on your fridge. Unlike traditional artwork that requires nails and other damaging materials, heck, even command strips that eventually just fall off the wall, Display actually uses magnets to mount their high-quality metal prints. So once you've hung your first print, you can easily switch it out for a new one by popping off the old one and popping on the new one. It's a 1-2 pop-pop. And by the way, the metal prints are fantastic. They are vibrant and they are durable.
Here at Theorist HQ, we're doing some redecorating. The former Gamer Zone is turning into a conference room for all gamers and non-gamers in the team to enjoy, which meant that we needed to switch out our previous plate for some new, more professional artwork.
Or, if you would rather get in the spooky spirit for Halloween, Displate's website has millions of beautiful designs to choose from. I may have gotten just a little bit excited and ordered some new Halloween prints for the team in North Carolina. So expect to see some classic movie poster style prints of Dracula, Wolfman, and my personal favorite, the Queen of Monsters, Bride of Frankenstein.
Oh my gosh, she's exactly like you, Amy.
She's the goth queen I aspire to be. And for Halloween, Displate is giving all of you spooky style theorists a special holiday discount. Click the link at the top of the description to get 1 to 2 Displates for 32% off and 3+ Displates for 38% off. No code needed. And if the pressure of having to choose a few designs from the millions on the Displate website gives you crippling anxiety, Team Theorist actually has selected some of our favorite prints to get you started. Again, that link is at the top of the description, and thanks once more to Displate for sponsoring this episode. Now it's time for all of us to hold hands and find out what was in that box that I sent you, Matt.
They said adult costume available in 4 sizes for teenage and adult, but apparently one of those sizes is not the size that we were able to get for me. So, exciting there.
Yeah, well, in my defense, this was an era when Halloween was more for kids. TLDR, not a lot of options for modern-day adults. It was also the 1950s. We were coming off the war, which meant wartime rationing was still having ripple effects everywhere. In other words, plastics and textiles, you know, the stuff we use to make our modern-day costumes, they were very, very limited resources.
We've got such selling features as large eye holes, colorful masks, and bright for night. It's also flame retardant, but in 1950s speak, which is mildly offensive. Speaking of, I also hear that of these costumes, most of them were offensive at the time.
Yeah. The 1950s were not what we would call a politically correct time. You had a lot of skeletons and clowns mixed in with other questionable portrayals of different races and ethnicities. Listen, it was quite the minefield navigating those eBay listings. However, we were able to locate this vintage costume from a company called HOLLiiWOOD, who was one of 3 big costume monoliths from about the 1930s to the 1980s. Collegeville, Halco, and Ben Cooper Inc. Before the tech boom of the late 70s, these guys sold store-bought costumes to the masses and would constantly fight for franchise rights to popular IP characters because, as it turns out, franchise and popular characters dates all the way back to the 30s. That being said, I take absolutely no responsibility for the state of this costume. It was in a box. I didn't get to review it before this episode.
So let's look at it. We've got the screw mask. Nothing but holding in place. Also, if I thought Mike Myers household was bad,
Are you kidding? This is peak engineering of the time. This chiseled, plastic face of perfection. This materials like PVC or polystyrene were attached to a mold of the character's face and heated so the plastic would become malleable. Then, a vacuum would pull that heated plastic tight into the mold, and boom! That beautiful costume was born.
Let me do this one first, which is, oh boy, this is really well done.
These eBay listings only had photos of the outside of the boxes, and my adult options were limited.
I am the cutest little sailor boy. The most cute sailor boy. Here we go.
There you go.
One second. Patience. Peanut gallery?
It's so fun.
I need to put on my pirate pants. Yeah, this is an awkward thing. Honestly, what infectious disease was I exposing myself to? Literally everyone behind the camera is like, I think this is good. We're told to come out. I think it's been fun. No, if I have to suffer through this, so honestly, I hope we didn't pay too much for this one, Amy, because this has been gently used, and by gently I mean, oh boy.
It was $100, but like I said, no responsibility. You asked for a history of Halloween, and I gave you a classic Halloween costume. Classic Halloween and all. Who am I kidding, okay? This one is a bust. How was I supposed to know you can't just trust a random seller on eBay to give you a costume that doesn't have some kind of disease attached to it?
Yo ho ho, ladies and gentlemen, I will gladly take part in this. Please get me out of there. I hate all of this. Oh, wow. So, there we go. I'm going to very quickly remove my body from this walking biohazard. I'll be back. Oh, I don't want it touching my body.
Hey, if your ready-made, pre-packaged costumes are a total failure, then it's a good thing we're moving straight past that into a time period when all you had were your own two hands. You see, before mass manufacturing, people had to make their own costumes at home, hence me calling this next era of costume history the self-made scares era of the 1930s. I even found a magazine of old-time costumes for our North Carolina crew to use as a guide for this one. My only request was for them to keep the mask theme going. I am so excited to see what they did.
You know, before there were plastics and vinyls, people had other tricks for making spooky masks. Apparently, we have one of them here for me to try as the next era of my Halloween tour. Steph, very eager to hurl it at me.
Get excited.
Get excited. What is this? What is this?
The next era of costuming for Halloween is Depression era ghosts.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was like Costco era Shrek. Depression era ghost?
Yeah. You should be sad and remember that
Oh boy. Did we choose green just because we were afraid that white would be used for some unfortunate snips?
Yes, we totally did. But believe it or not, this was a real costume. Think of it as the great-great-great-granddaddy of the Chic Ghost. And, like Matt pointed out, the original picture did happen to remind the crew of a particular green ogre.
This doesn't look like a ghost.
yeah, but it feels depressing, right?
It does. I am very depressed from this episode. Let's be honest. Is this it? I mean, it's the Depression era, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just walked around and put pillowcases on their head.
There was a lot of people on the spot behind this costume, so
We did?
yeah.
All right, so hit me with the improv, and we'll see this thing in its full, non-cancelable glory.
Yes, they did. Cue the copyright neutral music.
Here I am, world! Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. There it is. Well, fresh air goes fresh. These pants. I didn't expect it. This is the most cursed English ever. I have no doubt. Do you think Ollie would like this one instead of I was gonna say, I dressed as Michael Myers earlier in this video. This is far Depression-era ghost Shrek costume sold by us, yours truly, at HOLLiiWOOD.com.
I don't know about that one, but we do have some amazing new FNAF items in the store that you should definitely check out. The Chica Cheer set, the Monty jacket, the Springtrap plush hoodie with purple guy liner, all perfect for Halloween or some casual FNAF bounding all year round. Maybe we just save Depression Ghost for next year's.
I'm curious, we gotta be close to the end at this point, right? This is like Depression era, so we're talking like 1920s and 30s. How much further back can we get? Ever.
Yeah, Wolf Country. You can just kind of think of as like a middle Plains America troll doll.
Oh, Middle Plains American troll doll.
While Troll Doll may be a bit of a stretch, we've actually arrived at what most people consider the worth of Halloween. So let's go back, way back. Let's just call this Halloween origins here. By all accounts, Halloween is the modernized amalgamation of the traditions associated with the Celtic New Year South. It was believed to be the one night a year where the veil between the mortal and the spirit world was the thinnest, allowing the living and the dead to party like it's 400 BC. Get it? Because the tradition started roughly 2,500 years ago? No, I'm just old. Anyway, during these festivities, the Celts sacrificed animals to the gods, gathered around bonfires, performed protective rituals, and set food out for their hungry dead relatives to chow down when they go to visit. But there was a chance that instead of your long-lost family member, a malevolent spirit would be instead. And so, people dressed up to scare those bad spirits away, and they called it guising. And as with many things, these traditions were incorporated into the traditional church-approved version of the holiday called Saints' Day. And instead of the traditional Samhain guises, people celebrating All Saints' Day dressed up as angels, saints, and devils. However, we are not dressing Matt in ritualistic animal pelts. Instead, we decided to head on over to Ireland and Scotland for this costume. Their versions of All Saints' Day and the following All Souls' Day kept much more to the original Samhain tradition. So much so that the day soon became known as All Hallows Eve, which was eventually shortened to, say it with me everybody, Halloween. And while looking around to try to find some of the costumes from around this time period, I found an early Halloween era costume from the Scottish Shetland called Matt, come on out.
Smell like a cat. You know when you go out with a pumpkin picking? That is what I'm wearing on my costume.
No, I think with the pink underneath, you're actually giving like a weird beach vibe. But here, this will fix the beach party atmosphere.
For the safety of all of us, I am wearing my Barbie pink under here, but normally I would be showing off the goods if that's my Skeckler goods right now. Do you think we could get Ollie to wear a bunch of this year?
No, I don't think that. Why do you want a mini Skeckler?
Yeah, a little
Skeckler and mini Skeckler?
Yeah, Skeckler and mini Skeckler.
I
And
could
then,
be mid Skeckler.
I was gonna, no, you'll be Ms. Skeckler. It's like Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man, except it's Skeckler and Ms. Skeckler.
Aww, see? Style theory is helping make family memories. Now, I do want to point out that while we did our best to make a Skeckler costume, it is a little less historically accurate than I would have thought. You see, the OG costumes were actually made out of oat straw, and they had ribbons and handkerchiefs and decorations, and kids would carry around sheepskin bags as they went household to household to collect grain. Yeah, you think mini candy is disappointing on Halloween? Try getting grain. Just plain old grain.
Meanwhile, here I am thinking Steph's excitement for Bit-O-Honeys was lame.
Listen, you're just lucky I didn't have you hide your face in a hat and go door to door until someone could guess who you are. But let me tell you, that is what they did during the original.
Let me tell you that sort of behavior is going to get me flagged with the neighborhood watch.
Sure, but guess what? They did have one other really fun accessory of the season. Honestly, I can't wait to see this one. This is going to be so good.
Yes, that's totally true. And it's sprouting. Oh, wait, there's a face! Look at the little face!
Hold up, Justin just handed you a small turnip
Yeah.
with a face carved into it. You do not realize that it had a face. You're like, oh, he's just giving me a turnip.
I'm not part of the art department.
So this is what they used to carve before Jack-o'-lantern became a thing, right? This is like the prototype of the Jack-o'-lantern. They carved the turnip. Yeah, the Jack-o'-turnip.
Yeah.
You guys did a good job of coloring it out.
Oh, that's so cute. The
sanctioned Halloween. And their costumes look a little something like this.
I love the fact that whoever made this costume took the Skeckler hat note and said, you know what, we're keeping that, but we're making it even taller. As if the Coneheads could get any taller. Look at this.
I think it was great.
Thank you.
I think it was a cross between David the Gnome from the early 1980s TV show and
What's the early 1990s?
David the Gnome.
Yep, that's a reference that everyone watching YouTube in 2023 is gonna know.
Oh my god, really? Does no one read my instructions? Matt is clearly meant to be wearing a dress shirt and slacks under this. Like, I sent very specific reference images. Oh my gosh, no one understands my art. It's fine.
Why do I have Mr. Tomatoes on my chest?
Dude, that tomato is actually giving me the side eye so hard.
This is a saucy move. This is something on my chest that's gonna go around telling everyone I'm not gonna lose food. I also gotta admit, the choice of paper, not great. The number of Halloweens I have survived in rain and snow is very high. This thing would fall off in seconds. This thing was literally falling off my hand.
Well, Matt, the paper is actually the point. At the time when our first Halloween party was happening, the most popular Halloween costumes were those designed by the Denison Paper Company. Yes, a paper company made one of the first official Halloween costumes ever.
Eat your heart out, Doug.
You see, they put out this thing called the Bogey Book, which had party and costume ideas and instructions, like ones for the mega popular slipover that Matt was wearing. Not only did this give people cheap and easy ways to make things at home, it sold a lot of paper for Denison. Hence, why this era of Halloween costume is one I'll call the paper please era.
So basically, this is like proto-Valentine's Day.
Yeah, designed to sell a walking billboard, basically.
Wow. Gonna get demonetized here. I'm gonna give you the full 360. Here it is.
Oh, I like the back. It's nice and gray. I like how we embellished that one.
I do appreciate the trick bag. I feel like I should be compensated for the size of my head. The amount of candy I get should estimate to the length of my head.
Search what 1920s candy. What are you actually receiving in exchange for this type of event?
Yeah, here I am. Here's my costume. What am I getting from the door, ladies and gentlemen?
You're looking at plain and jumbo peanuts,
Ooh, peanuts, buddy. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for Halloween.
grandma's hard candies,
I can vibe with the Werther's original.
chocolate-covered nuts, and grandma's bridge mix.
There's a lot of nuts involved with this costume. Way too many nuts for Halloween. Please stop sending me your nuts this Halloween. Peanuts, chocolate-covered nuts, regardless. Keep your nuts away from my bag.
Keep that kind of talk for Santi and all of your weird food theories that you do over there. What I want to know is, do we have a winner?
There you have it, theorists. The first ever officially sanctioned Halloween costume, mostly. So now I just need to go and show this to Ollie and convince him that this rejected arts and crafts project is better than dressing like a Barbie car. You know, ironically enough, I just realized that I'd be trying to convince Ollie to choose a paper doll outfit as opposed to the world's most popular doll outfit. I'm gonna put my money on the Skecklers instead. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some bit of honey. Remember, that's just a theory, a style theory. Happy Halloween! Woohoo!
Little addendum here at the end. I did in fact show it to Ollie. He said, and I quote, "Daddy, you're silly." And he walked off to play some Sonic the Hedgehog. Looks like I'm going as Ken. Unless, of course, he decides to change his mind again last minute. I guess I'll see you on Spooky Day. Roll the end card.
I love it. Sassy moon. I'm dressing as a sassy moon this Halloween. That's how I feel about this episode. Sassy Halloween! I'm going back in my Shrek pants. Those were comfy. Just want to wear my Shrek. Leave a man to wear his Shrek pants in peace, okay? Shrek is love, Shrek is life. Shrek is a fantastic pair of pants.
Are you kidding me right now? It's literally, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Oh, this is awful. Oh, this is so bad. It looks like someone carved off like a lobe of someone's brain and then packaged it in a vacuum seal bag.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Style Theory, where today we're just having a casual chat on the couch. You know, nothing unusual to see here, just your typical style and fashion channel here on YouTube. Come into this channel for the edutainment content that you expect. You know, answering all the questions that you've ever had on your mind, like, hey, do horizontal stripes actually make me look wider? Or what color does best complement my face? Or the question that's been burning in my mind since I was a little kid, WTF is up with edible underwear? That's right, I have always wondered about the essence of edible underwear. I've always been curious. Is it more edible? Is it more underwear? Just how functional is this stuff? Also, how many different varieties are there? Is there a top tier of edible underwear? I am so curious. I've always known that edible underwear just exists out there in the universe, but I've never actually experienced it, looked into it at all, done any sort of research about it. It's just always been there in the corners of my mind. And so today, I'm like, wait a minute, I have a channel that's dedicated to clothing. This has underwear in the name, so let's just test it out, right? So for the next 48 hours, I am going to be wearing edible underwear to see how it works. And then we're gonna wrap the whole thing up with a taste test of fresh edible underwear, because no one wants me to. So which underwear is gonna reign supreme for us? Is there a best brand of edible underwear? I don't even know. Are there multiple brands of edible underwear? I have so many questions. So I tasked Amy off camera right here to start looking into all of this. And apparently you found, how many types of edible underwear did you find?
So there are multiple.
Here, hold it, she doesn't have a microphone.
So I tasked Amy to start looking into edible underwear. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
I knew what I was signing up for. It's fine.
Are there different brands of edible underwear?
There are different brands, and there are different food types of edible underwear. Today we'll be testing 2 of them because the chocolate one was mainly just a chocolate bar on string, and thus did not qualify enough as food.
I feel like it qualifies more as food than underwear, I would say.
I've seen some underwear they tell me is underwear. I don't know about that.
How does this rate on your general underwear level?
What, the chocolate one or just this in general?
This whole...
I want none of this to ever touch me. That's how I feel.
We've been surprised by style theories in the past, though.
If this surprises me, it will be that that people don't get infections from this. I don't think sugar is supposed to go anywhere near
Not
any
those
of that.
type of infections! No, get your mind out of the gutter. So, hit me with my edible underwear. So for the next 48 hours, we're gonna be for the next 40, oh my God, are you kidding me? Is this really what it is? Is it just, oh God, are you kidding me right now? It's literally, this is the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. Oh, this is awful. Oh, this is so bad. It looks like someone carved off like a lobe of someone's brain and then packaged it in a vacuum seal bag. It's all greasy in here. Oh no, I was expecting like the little like little candy necklace guys. Do they have those too? Okay, there it
We
is.
have those also.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so for the next 48 hours, I'm gonna be subjecting myself to apparently a string made of gummy tape and lackluster candy necklaces strewn about my body. And we're gonna test them out through a variety of different daily tasks. I'm gonna be exercising, I'm gonna be taking meetings, I'm gonna be going and getting food, and also I'm gonna test them out for flavor at the end of all of this.
And he'll also be wearing this the entire time so that you can get the full underwear experience. Congratulations!
This whole time I was thinking I was gonna wear them under my clothes. So I'm wearing them on top of the suit.
Again, we saw what existed under your clothes.
Okay, not now again.
And while Matt changes into his Grinch cosplay, I, voiceover Amy, will share what I learned while researching this episode. So let's start with the most obvious question. Where did this strange meld of food and underwear even start? Edible underwear popped into the world in 1975 when partners David Sanderson and Lee Brady had the crazy idea to turn gummies into something you could actually wear. And the inspiration actually came from two separate places. First, and most believably, drugs. Let's just say the party they were at had them indulging in some substances that were mind-opening to a whole new world of underwear possibilities. The second inspiration? The phrase, "eat my shorts." Sanderson heard his brother say that phrase a lot when they were children, and eventually that came back around. Was his brother like Bart Simpson? I don't know, but they thought, yeah, let's make shorts that you can eat. Shorts are underwear, in case you didn't realize. It's very old school or very British, according to our creative director, Tom. Together, the couple created Candy Pants, the world's first 100% edible underwear. And yeah, that idea hit big. By 1976, only a year later, they were selling nearly $150,000 worth of candy underwear a month. That is Mr. Beast type success in today's money. And they were doing it out of their own house. By 1989, they were also in stores. People magazine even went so far as to call it one of the biggest moments to define pop culture ever. Like ever. But by now, I think you get the idea. People love themselves some candy underwear.
But will I love it? Hi, I'm back, ready to go, showing off my morph suit and my dad bod. Anyway, my friends, that's where our tests come in. You see, we've divided our experiment into three main categories: wearability, durability, and taste. For wearability, we're gonna look to see whether the underwear fits, if it's comfortable, flattering, and most importantly, is it performing the essential job of underwear by protecting, you know, the bits. Then we're gonna test its durability to see if it can survive a day as actual underwear, both over the clothing as well as underneath. And last but certainly not least, taste. Would anyone in their right mind ever want to eat this stuff? So with that, it's time to just rip off the nightmare fuel band-aid and dive into day one.
I have still not seen this thing unfurled, so I'm a little bit nervous. Forgive me as I try to figure out what part of the body this is supposed to attach to. I'm assuming this is the bra. Oh, what have we done? We have strayed so far. We have strayed so far. Oh! And look, the patches! The patches are a little hard. Amy, can I ask for your help in finding this? Thank you so much. It does. Yeah, it is like an aggressive fruit roll-up. I gotta be honest, fit is pretty good. Support, not quite there. As far as just general coverage goes, I'm pretty satisfied with this. You know, I'm leaving just the right amount to the imagination.
The bottoms, though, were a different story.
Oh no. Oh no. Let's just say the coverage is not full for your undercarriage. Trust me, the heart here is either covering something in the front or something in the back, but it's only covering one of them, and I don't know which one. How?
And not only were they bewildering, they were also flimsy.
Okay. Okay, test number one. Can you put it on? No. Failed. Can we tape it? Excellent. Well, here I am. I'm gonna do a runway walk. Stomping the runway. I am literally the Grinch who robbed Adam and Eve's. The Grinch who was too embarrassed to leave his home.
Nope, we're making you go outside.
Oh, great. Well,
Get the mail.
Yeah.
my underwear popped off again. Let's go get the mail.
Admittedly, there was a backup gummy set, but I was scared off by the lace ties and the questionable hole in the front. So, armed with lots and lots of scotch tape, it was time for us to begin the day. But you know what's gonna look good no matter what underwear you're wearing, or not wearing in my case since it kept falling off? Our brand new line of theory wear. That's right, after months of silence, we are back with not just one, but two different collections to help elevate your wardrobe from flaccid to fabulous. Today, on our new revamped website, you can find our brand new new Evergreen collection, full of all those classic game theory blacks and greens that you know and love, as well as our first ever capsule collection, Radioactive, inspired by the look and feel of Chernobyl or the back rooms. You know, all those places that you usually turn to for your fashion advice. Our Radioactive capsule collection is only available while supplies last, and there are things in here that you're not going to want to miss. Take a look at this hazmat suit inspired puffer jacket. Never before has something said biohazard in such a cozy, snuggly way. It's like you're encased in a puffy cloud while in the midst of a nuclear meltdown. Oppenheimer, eat your heart out, because this thing is da bomb. But if you're looking for something that's a little more understated, then look no further than our heat map designs. Whether you're looking to keep it casual in this hoodie and matching shorts, or dressing to impress in our work jacket, never before has looking so cool read so hot on the thermodynamic spectrum. That said, maybe you're looking for some more classic game theory green and black. Well, we've got plenty there for you too. With our short circuit fleece jacket, you have this vibrant green circuit pattern on the outside with this soft, plushy fleece on the inside. It's like being wrapped in a fashionable snuggie. But if you want to go a little bit more understated with your fit, check out our first ever short circuit crew neck with a black on black version of that circuit pattern. Listen, at this point, I'm well aware how much everyone loves wearing black, and so we've listened. In fact, we also have ourselves the On the Run tee, which is a lightweight, sweat-wicking fabric that's perfect for layering under any of the jackets. And I'm also proud to announce that for the first time ever, we have leggings. I took the input from all the female members of Team Theorist, so these things are high-rise, lightweight leggings with pockets. See, even me and the team learned from the episodes that are happening here on Style Theory, and then those lessons are going directly into the products that we're making for you. That way you're getting the best, most optimized clothing available. Speaking of being inspired by our own episodes, we also have a heat-activated t-shirt and mug for all of us who like to bring the science to our wardrobe. All of this and more are available right now on theorywear.com. We have a link in the top line of the description, and I look forward to seeing your photos wearing your favorite items. Submit them in. We'll make sure that we put them on the website or feature them in a future episode. But for now, back to my nightmare. The nightmare that was edible underwear. First on my schedule for the day was our title and thumbnail meeting. So I headed on over to the Gamer Zone to check on Josiah and give him my feedback for the week.
How's the thumbnails looking?
They're looking good.
Yeah.
You're looking pretty good yourself. Is anybody taking a fight yet?
Are you volunteering to be the first Josiah?
Do you want me to be?
Oh, no. He yes-handed me out of the room! No!
Touche, Josiah. You've won the day this time, but I'll be back. Next up, an HR meeting. Surprisingly not about my outfit.
You might not have noticed this, but we're doing a series of shoots about edible underwear.
How's that going? Yeah. Have you guys started yet?
So with my meetings out of the way, it was time for me to emerge from the safety of the basement and go do some chores.
Look, I matched my own trash cans.
Let me tell you, a gummy bra on a hot 90-degree summer day, yeah, they're not mixing all that well. Immediately, this thing began to melt. It was uncomfortable, but it was far from the most uncomfortable thing that was going to happen to me during this experiment.
We definitely have construction workers here today working on our porch. We're giving them the show of their life.
After a quick workout,
I missed that memo, clearly.
it was time for our last stop of the day, trying on this candy under my clothes. And I'm just gonna spare you on this one. There was a lot of candy left in places where candy should not go. So instead of scarring you for life with any of that footage, I'm just gonna tell you why you should never put sugar anywhere near your private area. You see, sugar is a food for bacteria, and studies have shown that getting sugar in private regions can increase your likelihood of getting infections. Plus, if you hate dealing with sticky hands after eating something sugary, then you don't even want to think about the cleanup process that comes with getting candy out of other parts of your body. Needless to say, I was glad for my day with edible underwear to be done.
What got me to this point? Putting myself in a green suit and a gummy bra in front of millions of people.
Oh yeah, this was a 2-day thing.
So it's a new day and a new pair of edible underwear.
You'll notice that I'm in a new morph suit for day 2. It's because by the end of day 1, the green one was sticky beyond repair.
So I'm just gonna open these up and see what we're working with. I am so much less weirded out by this, because look, it actually looks and feels like a garment. Like if someone were to walk down a fashion runway wearing this thing, it would be a little bit weird, but it wouldn't be that weird. This is actually very pleasant. The smell isn't as disgusting as the last one. Quality of the garment feels better. Overall, I don't hate this immediately like yesterday.
My hopes were high. I should have known better.
What? Someone, please explain to me where my body parts are supposed to go. I feel like it's not leaving a whole lot to the imagination.
And yet that didn't stop the team from using their imaginations while looking at this train wreck.
Does this remind you of a stormtrooper face?
I think it's safe to say that by the morning of day 2, we had all officially lost our minds. After 3 hours in meetings, it became crystal clear. Hard candy riding up my butt, not great.
This stuff is holding up significantly better than yesterday. But the hard pebbles in and around my nether region, not great. The rubbing back and forth here, not solid. Or maybe it is solid. Maybe it's a bit too solid. I think that's the problem that I'm feeling in this moment. And just something special about that bike seat that just makes sure that everything gets wedged right into that special place.
And the bottoms just continued to present issues all throughout the rest of my afternoon activities.
Oh no, I'm losing my pants! Oh no, my pants! I'm losing them. Shoot, maintain! Maintain! Oh, and they were providing me so much coverage too!
So after spreading some mulch, dropping some trowel, and giving our backyard construction workers their second show in just as many days, it was time for some food.
Some lunch? Going for a ride. Come on, we're gonna hit a drive-thru. What's everyone in the mood for?
McDonald's! Golden Arches.
Yeah, McDonald's, okay, sure. Fine.
It is Grimace's birthday.
It is Grimace's birthday. I had a Grimace milkshake the other night. It was not good.
As that detail shows you, this one was filmed a couple weeks ago, on Grimace's actual birthday. But that pure coincidence would result in a moment that I would have never predicted. As I paid for our meal, I noticed something.
His shirt matched my shirt. I felt kindred spirits there. Maybe he thought I was dressing appropriately for Grimace's birthday, because this is the color of Grimace.
Sure enough, I wasn't the only one to notice it.
Is that why you have on that purple outfit?
The Grimace shake? Absolutely. I'm celebrating alongside Grimace.
Oh, my.
Yeah. Right? I like that our colors perfectly match, actually. No mention of the candy brawl whatsoever.
I have to say, going through a public drive-thru dressed like this, I was terrified. And so the fact that Grimace, of all things, came to my rescue in this moment, thank you, Grimace, thank you. So with a meme shake and a fish sandwich in my hands, it was time for my obligatory under-the-clothes try-on.
It's already pinching me. It's hard. It's uncomfortable. It looks like I shoved a bunch of corn cobs under my shirt.
It wasn't sticky, but it also wasn't good. Which brings us to the final round of the episode, the taste test.
Oh boy, it all looks so delicious. I can't decide where to start. It's all gummy, sketchier gummy, candy necklace. Oh, friendly reminder, these are fresh out of the packaging. Nothing that was on my body. Edible underwear number 1, gummy. Nope, I don't even want to swallow that. No thanks. Hard pass. It's like if you took saran wrap and you like wrapped it around a strawberry and you left it there for like 3 weeks, and then you took it out and you're like, hey, eat that saran wrap with the moldy old strawberry attached to it, but then let's just rub some slime over top of it. Nothing about this is pleasant. I hate this with the passion of 1,000 burning suns. Please get it out of here. I hate you. I hate you so much. And last but certainly not least, so this should be like a Smartie, right? Like everyone loves Smarties. Smarties are delicious. This is not quite the same flavor as a candy necklace like you would assume, right? I see this and I'm like, oh, it's gonna taste like candy necklace. Oh no, friends. Have you ever tried like chewable Pepto-Bismols? You know, if your stomach's upset and you get one of those like little chalky pads and you chew it and you swallow it and it tastes mostly like weird powdery chalk? That is this. If you want to experience what this is like, go up and chew some Pepto-Bismol. I am so sad. What is this even for? It's not sexy. It's not edible. It's not functional as underwear. Why? Why do these exist? Not mad. Just disappointed. I did this for nothing! Why? Please give me an answer. Someone. Myself from the future, please. I'm so befuddled.
Actually, I have the answers for you this time, Matt. You see, back in the 70s, the creators of Candy Pants weren't actually trying to make something that you could wear, but they also weren't trying to make something that you could eat either. Yeah, that's right. Edible underwear was never actually meant to be edible or underwear. And listen, you don't have to believe me either. You can hear it straight from the creators themselves.
We approached it as conceptual art and as a sexual parody.
It ended up being just this gargantuan behemoth. It kind of got out of control.
That's right, it was a gag. For the lulz, for the memes that did not exist yet. It was something fun that they could use to shake up the conservative market that was there at the time. And shake it up they did. But, and this might shock you even more, it was never meant to be part of your intimate time in any shape or form. Heck, the original Candy Pants was carried in stores like Bloomingdale's, everyday department stores where edible underwear is sitting right next to your family family-friendly dining sets, and your fancy perfumes. In fact, they tried so hard to keep it out of adult stores that they were nearly driven out of business by knockoff competitors that were happy to be there. But this rabbit hole gets even deeper than that, because that candy that you're stuffing in your face was never actually candy at all. In fact, it more resembled plastic. Sanderson and Brady got the idea from a biodegradable bag that was used to hold yeast in bakeries. And that bag was, you guessed it, edible.
We were experimenting in the spare bedroom with a potato starch and hydroxypropylmethylcellulose, which is an edible plastic.
The final recipe also included an ingredient called mannitol, which, while sweet, is also a diuretic that helps you expel excess water held in your body. What I'm getting at is that it makes you need to pee a lot. Like a lot. And no shame to anybody, but that's not something I personally want in my sexy clothing. And while the pairs of edible underwear that Matt tried in this episode weren't the original candy pants, let's just say that the recipe hasn't really improved in the 40 plus years since it first was created.
Wait, hold on. So this whole time you knew that this entire episode was pointless, and yet you somehow let me parade around the internet wearing inedible candy as underwear? Why? Why would you do that?
Because sometimes, Matt, sometimes it's just enough to have some dumb fun in an episode. And wasn't that what Candy Pants was really trying to teach us all along?
This is probably my fair comeuppance for all the shower episodes. Anyway, shockingly, we managed to prove that edible underwear does exactly the job that it was built to do. Sure, it fails at being edible, and it definitely fails at being underwear, but it was never meant to do either of those things. It was made specifically to make you laugh at how stupid it all was, which, you know, we ended up doing a lot throughout the day. I don't know if it was worth a full 2 days of filming, a handful of traumatized service workers, and countless unflattering screenshots that'll live permanently online to prove all of that, but hey, it worked. I was curious about edible underwear, and now you don't have to be. So go out, have fun wearing the clothes that you want to wear, and as always, remember that our brand new theory wear is actually available right now. Speaking of clothes that look good, feel good, and taste so much better than anything we wore in this episode, Theory Wear. Our clothes are right on the mark. And it's not just clothes either. If you want to add a little theorist style to your living space, check out our short circuit towel or our thermoreactive mug, which actually reveals a secret design when you add some hot water. Look at those vibrant colors pop. Or if you are indeed looking to level up your closet, check out the gorgeous ultraviolet jacket. Look at that color, it is the perfect shade of purple. Or you can always add some pizzazz to your date night, not by wearing edible underwear, but instead by wearing our high-res button down. In short, our new collection has something for everyone. So what do you wait for? Click the link down in the description below or use the code that you see on screen. The video's over, you're not gonna miss anything else. Go check out the stuff. It's actually a very fun website that you can play around with, maybe find some Easter eggs in there. And as always, remember my friends, it's just a theory. A style theory with clothes that'll help you keep looking sharp. fast food burger is the least likely to kill you? On a list of obviously unhealthy choices, which option is technically the healthiest of the bunch? Because let's be honest, not all fast food is created equally. Is the Burger King sitting atop that throne? Is everyone gonna be clowning on McDonald's? Or are regional favorites like In-N-Out and Whataburger gonna take the day? You know what they say, a cheeseburger a day keeps the cardiologist in pay. That's a thing that they say, right? Well, I just said it. One of these burgers is gonna keep that paycheck out of his hands a little bit longer. We looked at the data, crunched the numbers, and I suspect our findings today will forever change which drive-thru you choose when you're out for a late-night bite. Spoiler alert, you're just never gonna want to go to Burger King again. Hello, Internet. Welcome to Food Theory, the show with quality you can taste. So recently a study came out that went through and ranked all the fast food cheeseburgers on the market, not in terms of deliciousness, but in terms of their nutritional value. And when the numbers came back, the Texas native Whataburger came out as the top spot, followed closely by California's golden child, In-N-Out. And that right there kind of sucks, because California In-N-Out stands are already a bit high and mighty, but now they have an article to prove their superiority. And oh boy, did they lean into that one. Like clockwork, local California news agencies began spreading the article around like wildfire, printing and reprinting the fact that they were a proud number 2, and how their burger technically deserved the top spot because all their ingredients are locally sourced and grown, blah 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 blah. Now, let me be honest, normally that sort of thing wouldn't bother me. Normally, I'd silently tolerate the gloating and the preening. Normally, I wouldn't dedicate an entire episode to tearing down something that has made other people happy and teaches them ways to be healthier. But the closer you look at this particular study, the more suspicious it seems. And my first clue was this, gambling.com. This healthy cheeseburger article was published by gambling.com. Clearly the most trusted purveyor of healthy eating and scientific rigor. So today, you know what? We decided to analyze their study and then do our own analysis to see if we can mathematically agree on America's healthiest burger. Get your buns toasty there, loyal theorists, as we serve up some healthy fast food burgers with a side order of science. Make it animal style. First off, let's just address the casino-sized elephant in the room, cause, surprise, surprise, gambling.com, yeah, it's not really the dominant authority in the food realm over here. Michelin ain't exactly quaking in their boots wondering if people will stop caring about their stars and start judging restaurants with gambling.com's poker chip ratings. That one isn't a real thing, by the way, but probably should be a real thing in the near future. Consider that your free consulting session there, gambling.com. Anyway, I didn't want to just make a bunch of blanket assumptions about this website, so I tried to give them the benefit of the doubt. I decided to look a bit more closely at their numbers, only to find red flag number 2 immediately. The study is just gone. When I went to the source to start working on this episode, I couldn't find it anywhere. Poof! Absolutely vanished into thin air. And sure, I found a bunch of articles from local news agencies in Los Angeles, San Diego, and San Francisco, all citing the survey, even providing links back to the website, but clicking on those links just diverted me back to gambling.com's homepage. I even tried using Google and gambling.com's search feature and the Wayback Machine to try and find the original article, but still, no luck. All that seems to be left of this healthy burger study is this table right here, helpfully screen grabbed by CBS 8 San Diego and Chris 6 News in Corpus Christi, Texas. So we've got ourselves a questionable source creating a study that's largely been wiped from the face of the internet. Already it's not looking too great there, Bob. And things don't get better once you start poking at the actual design of the survey. Basically, the way it worked was by analyzing each cheeseburger across 4 different categories: sugar content, fat content, amount of salt, and calorie count. Each burger was given a grade from 0 to 10 for each category, with 10 being the healthiest, at which point they averaged the scores across categories to find one overall number. And while that certainly seems like a pretty intuitive, easy to understand measuring system, is that truly the best way to evaluate a cheeseburger's healthiness? Should calories and sodium be weighted the same? Are all fats equally bad for your heart? The answer, in short, is no. When rating something for healthiness, there's a lot of nuance to all those numbers. More fat, for instance. Honestly, it depends on the types of fat that you're rating there. Certain fats are far worse than others for your heart health. Just lumping them all into one category isn't enough to tell relative healthiness. But even worse, just look at the burgers that they're choosing to compare. Is it really fair to compare a Five Guys cheeseburger with 2 patties to this thin slice of nothing that you're getting from McDonald's? Sure, on the menu, they both share the name cheeseburger, but they're fundamentally different sandwiches. Of course, the burger with double the patties is gonna have the higher fat and caloric content than anyone else. And that is absolutely reflected in the scores here based on the zeros that Five Guys got, both in terms of fat content and calories. And while yes, gambling.com did try to normalize for this by taking measurements like sodium per gram, a burger with extra beef patties just fundamentally weighs more, which is gonna throw off the the proportions of this burger relative to every other contestant out there. If they truly wanted to get themselves a closer to fair comparison here, they should have looked at a Five Guys Little Cheeseburger, which has one patty to match the rest of the competition. It's also not reflective of how people actually consume the product. I don't know about you, but when I go through a drive-thru, I don't ask for a specific amount of grams of a certain burger. I ask for the entire burger to eat. So while a burger may seem healthier when you look at it by gram, when you look at the serving size, meaning the whole burger, it's telling you a completely different story. Whataburger may have scored well in sodium per gram, but when you look at just how much a person would normally eat in the whole burger, things aren't looking that great for the quote-unquote winner of this competition. And yes, I'm using massive air quotes here. Why would you care if per gram Whataburger is healthier than the rest of the competition if it's actually the least healthy when you're planning on eating the entire burger? In short, if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. If we really want to get a full picture of which burgers will or will not clog my arteries the fastest, we're gonna need to do our own deep dive into the data. That's exactly what we did. In order for us to do this burger battle royale with cheese right, we first need to figure out what burgers are going to get the food theory treatment. For the sake of comparison, we actually went with the same 11 restaurants that Gambling.com looked at. Though I gotta admit, buying a burger from a place called Del Taco, it felt objectively wrong. On the list, you've got your big national chains that you'd expect to see: Mickey D's, Wendy's, Five Guys, Carl's Jr. / Hardee's, as well as both the Burger King and the Dairy Queen. We also have those regional favorites in there like Whataburger, In-N-Out, Culver's, and Rally's, or Checkers for all us East Coasters. And lastly, there's Del Taco. For some reason. Maybe just because they wanted an 11th contestant. Or maybe because they wanted representation for the one restaurant chain brave enough to offer tacos for 50 cents. Or are we the brave ones eating the 50-cent tacos? I don't know which way that one swings. Anyway, now that we got our location squared away, we need to decide what item from the menu we're gonna grab. Obviously, we're gonna want to grab a cheeseburger, but as I mentioned earlier, what each restaurant calls a cheeseburger varies quite a lot from place to place. To make things as fair as possible, we decided to go with the most substantial single patty cheeseburger at any given franchise. Think of it as the equivalent of the McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese. Our next big question was, what do we put on that cheeseburger? We decided to go with whatever the default was for that burger. For example, if you order an In-N-Out cheeseburger and don't ask for anything else, you'd expect to get a beef patty, 2 slices of cheese, lettuce, tomato, onions, and that signature In-N-Out spread. But if you order the quarter pounder with cheese from Ronald McDonald, you're gonna get yourself 2 slices of cheese, onions, pickles, mustard, and a dollop of ketchup. Obviously, they're gonna be slightly different. So we're comparing these burgers as is because that's the way they're intended to be eaten. Of course, you could always customize your cheeseburger to get it as healthy as possible, but then again, who's going to Dairy Queen to play it safe with their food? To be fair, who's going to Dairy Queen for the burgers at all? Must be the same mad lads who are going to Del Taco. So, there you have it. We have ourselves the cheesy competitors, but how are we gonna know which one's the healthiest? Well, by comparing the nutrition facts, of course. That big old beautiful box with all the numbers and percentages that are supposed to give consumers the tools they need to make better life choices. But in reality, they're just making me come to terms with the fact that in one spoonful, I ate 10 servings of ice cream. With the exception of bottled water, every piece of packaged food in America is required to sport one of these bad boys. And while they're obviously more associated with packaged food, since May of 2018, they're actually required for all restaurants with over 20 locations. While they may not appear on your Big Mac box, they are required by law to be available on request. So, next time you're cruising through every drive-thru in America or raiding the secret menus, feel free to ask for one and see if they have it. And as much as I'd love to spend the next 25 minutes going through all the intricacies and history of the nutrition facts label, we've got ourselves some burgers to judge. So, let's just do ourselves a nutrition facts informational speed run. And start the clock. Serving size. How much of this food a normal person is meant to eat in one sitting? But honestly, who's gonna limit themselves to 15 Lay's chips at a time? Calories. Self-explanatory. We need calories to power up our bodies, but too much is no bueno. Percent daily value. How much of a nutrient you're expected to have over a normal 2,000 calorie per day diet? Less than 5%? That's low. Over 20%? That's high. Fats. Too much fat is bad for you, but some are gonna be worse than others. Saturated and trans fats, they're the bad kinds and have to be specifically marked on the nutrition label. In fact, trans fats are so bad that the US banned artificially adding them to the food, and it's basically not recommended to be in your diet at all. If you want more info on that one, go watch the macadamia nut episode. Sodium, cholesterol, too much of them leads to heart disease. Fiber, that's gonna help you poop. Other types of carbohydrates, especially sugars, those are gonna be best in moderation. And lastly, protein is needed to make you feel swole. TLDR, fiber and protein good. Everything else bad in high amounts, but especially trans fats and time. Whew, how'd I do? That's alright. So after gathering the data and doing some careful calculations, we found that the healthiest fast food cheeseburger in America is Rally's. Yep, their all-American cheeseburger was far and away the winner of this competition. Of all 11 burgers that we looked at, it had the fewest calories, at 330 per burger. Rally's tied for least fat overall, including the least amount of saturated fat and absolutely zero trans fat, which is just great to see. Cholesterol, just 40 milligrams, and carbs, just 31 grams. I mean, they're not exactly what I would call healthy numbers, but those still smoke the cheesy competition. One thing to note though, it did have the least fiber and protein, so you might not like how it comes out the other end. Now, you may be looking at the all-American cheeseburger and saying, I feel like I could eat 2 of those no problem. Well, that would actually be a healthier option than most of the other options on the list. We'll get to that in a minute. Broadly speaking, there was a clear divide between the really, really bad ones and the quote-unquote healthy cheeseburgers. And I use that term healthy generously. In terms of better for you, we have Rally's, Del Taco, shockingly, Culver's, Dairy Queen, and every Californian's pride and joy, In-N-Out. In-N-Out decided to take the role of the jack of all trades in this competition. While it wasn't the healthiest option in any of the categories that we looked at, it did score near the top in almost every single metric that we measured. 4th fewest calories, tied for 3rd in least saturated fat, and only losing to Rally's when it came to the least amount of cholesterol. So as much as it pains me to say it, it looks like gambling.com did kinda get something right. Go ahead, all you Los Angelinos, continue bragging about your best-in-class burger. I guess with all that marketing about how your ingredients are fresh and locally sourced, the burger isn't just good, it's also good for you. But please, can you do something about those damn fries? Now, one name you'll notice is absent from our list of good burgers is actually Whataburger. The supposed healthiest burger, according to gambling.com, is actually among the worst in our sample. How'd that happen? Well, look at the categories. It was the most caloric at 680 calories, putting it higher in calories than both the Big Mac and the Whopper. And remember, this is just a cheeseburger. Also, don't forget about the 62 grams of carbohydrates and the insanely high 1,650 milligrams of sodium. To put that in perspective, that is the equivalent of 4 large McDonald's fries. I mean, the food is delicious, don't get me wrong. A mountain of salt is gonna do that for you, but Whataburger, more like what an unhealthy burger. Tip your waitress, friends. Rounding out our bad tier of fast foods is Wendy's, Carl's Jr., Five Guys, and McDonald's, and kind of the middle ground. That said, based on our numbers, the absolute worst fast food cheeseburger to put in your mouth is Burger King. It was dead last in the gambling.com survey, and it's also dead last in our calculations. But honestly, the numbers here don't lie. While other burgers may have had themselves a bit more fat here or a bit more calories there, Burger King's single quarter-pound king with cheese will clog your arteries just by looking at it. This thing has a massive 1.8 milligrams of trans fat, nearly double that of anyone else in the competition. In fact, looking across BK's entire menu, it seems like they don't really care how much trans fat they're putting in your food, which is an interesting stance to take. The Quarter Pound King was also the only burger in our study that had over 100 milligrams of cholesterol. It also came in dead last for sodium, considering it has a whopping, see what I did there? A whopping 1,800 milligrams of the stuff. 82% more than what you're getting at an In-N-Out. So it was dead last in trans fat, cholesterol, and sodium. When it comes to heart health, that might just be the trifecta of fail, which just goes to show sometimes being the king ain't all it's cracked up to be. Finally, after combing through all the data, I wanted to do one last thing to make sure I wasn't being unfair with the research. To be extra safe, I decided to even the playing field by reordering all the burgers, but this time keeping the toppings and condiments consistent across the board. I ordered all the burgers with 1 patty, cheese, lettuce, tomato, onions, pickles, ketchup, and mustard. A pretty standard cheeseburger that you might order from a restaurant. So, did the results change? Yeah, a little bit. The healthy cheeseburgers came out looking better, and the unhealthy ones just got worse, specifically Whataburger. With the toppings now standardized, Whataburger fell to dead last in almost every single category that we looked at. Hey, Burger King, looks like someone might be vying for your throne. You know what they say? Everything is bigger in Texas, including your heart if you eat a lot of Whataburger. So, what is the takeaway from this takeout episode? Number 1, if you're kidnapped and forced to eat one fast food cheeseburger for the rest of your life, the best choice is clearly Rally's. But if you're looking for a burger that'll fill up your belly with food and not your heart with plaque, then In-N-Out's a really solid second choice. While In-N-Out fans might be a bit extreme for their animalistic love of the animal style, there are a lot of worse cheeseburgers out there for your body. Second biggest takeaway, stay away from Burger King. The only thing scarier than their mascot are the nutritional facts for their burgers. And finally, the biggest lesson of them all, don't take health advice from gambling sites. Leave that one to the semi-professional food YouTube channels. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. By the way, while we're here dunking on Burger King, if you want to see the absolute train wreck that was their Twitch marketing campaign, that video's on the left. Whew, boy, that is peak cringe. Or if you want to understand why you should never order a medium soda from a Burger King, that video's on the right. As always, my friends, I'll see you next week. Today we're dousing the flames of the world's most fiery celebrity chef, Gordon Ramsay. This week marks the return of his hit series, Kitchen Nightmares, where Chef Ramsay does his best to train, inspire, and rehabilitate failing restaurants. Except, there's one problem with the formula: Chef Ramsay himself. You see, when you crunch the numbers, Ramsay's track record, it's not that great. And I'm not talking about the restaurants on his show, I'm talking about the ones that he opens that bear his name in real life. Gordon Ramsay, more like Gordon Shamsay, nailed it. Hello Internet, welcome to Food Theory, the channel that knows how to properly cook a scallop. If the intro didn't make it clear enough to you, today we're talking about the king of the censor, the sultan of the swear, the Michelin star maestro himself, Chef Gordon Ramsay. You know, the guy that just goes around calling everyone an idiot sandwich.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
Fun fact, by the way, that iconic idiot sandwich clip isn't actually from one of his shows, it was from a late night skit that was parodying his shows, so reality ain't that far off.
Is there anything today that I ate that wasn't microwaved? You f***ing donut. Look at this. I swear to God, it's the kind of you'd expect Tiger Woods to tee off with. Look at it. Rubber, rubber, rubber! If you saute scallops in a non-stick pan, they won't stick. That's why it's called non-stick!
Suffice it to say, if someone set up a swear jar at the Ramsay household, they'd be making millions. Anyway, when it comes to celebrity chefs, there aren't many people bigger than the good old Gordo. He's earned himself an astounding 17 Michelin stars over the course of his career, and his colorful language has spawned a TV empire that's brought us hits like Hell's Kitchen, MasterChef, and the F Word. And I'm not censoring that is just the name of the show. And most of these are still going strong. MasterChef is on its 13th season, Hell's Kitchen is gearing up for number 22, and his newest one, Next Level Chef, just got renewed for 2 more seasons. And the entire concept of that is chefs in elevators. Really? Traditional TV, this is what you're okaying at this point? All I want is a game show, man. But of all the shows, the one that's always been nearest and dearest to my heart is Kitchen Nightmares. See, instead of screaming and yelling at semi-professional chefs for the lamb sauce,
Where's the lamb sauce?
Kitchen Nightmares has Ramsay visiting struggling restaurants in the hopes that he can turn them around, all while screaming and yelling.
You stuck up precious little...
Like a lot of great shows, it originally started off as a British series, quickly became a hit, and then it got its own American spin-off with just a few simple changes. See if you can spot the difference.
Richie's got a lot on his plate, so I'm staying in the kitchen to help him.
You run a of the kitchen yourself.
No,
okay?
no.
I know, the cultural difference is incredibly subtle. But now, after nearly a decade of being off the air, Kitchen Nightmares is finally coming back tomorrow for its long-awaited 8th US season. But one question still hovers over the shadow of the show. Where are the restaurants now? Does Gordon actually succeed in helping these guys in the long term? Sure, the episodes are a fun watch, but is he actually serving up any useful information for the owners and workers whose livelihoods are literally on the line? And how does Gordon's hit rate compare to the restaurant business writ large? Is he better than just random chance? So season your skillets, grab your aprons, and get the YouTube censors ready, loyal theorists, as we go mano-y-mano with one of the biggest names in food. Oh, he's gonna roast me on TikTok after this one, isn't he?
Hold on a minute. What's that stupid decoration on there? Looks like a skid mark from a granddad's underpants.
Over the course of the entire Kitchen Nightmare series, Gordon attempts to save over 100 restaurants, and they all tend to follow a very similar formula. Delusional owners, disgusting kitchens, and terrible food.
That's the sushi pizza.
It's rice, salmon, crab, and mayonnaise, some cheese.
Wow. That is rancid.
But despite the challenges, Chef Ramsay would come in, help retrain the staff, update the menu, and sometimes just straight up change the entire branding. So, did those remedies work? Let's start by looking at the original British run of the show. Running for 5 seasons, or series as the Brits call them, along with a couple of special episodes, Gordon Ramsay visited a total of 28 restaurants. So now, nearly 2 decades after the British show ended, let's play a little guessing game. How many of those 28 do you think should still be open for you to consider it a success for Gordon? Half? A quarter? Well, whatever you guessed, you're probably wrong. Only 5 of the 28 restaurants that Gordon visited in the original British version of the show are still open today. In fact, a whopping 59% of, quote, saved locations closed within a year of their episode airing. Chef Ramsay did such a bad job that some permanently closed before the episode could even air. All in all, over 2/3 of the British restaurants featured on the show closed within 3 years. Of course, that's not exactly the biggest sample size. For that, we gotta go to the place where everything is bigger, the good old US of A. Inevitably, at some point in each episode, Ramsay would get into a shouting match with either the owner or the chef.
Look at the mess of this place! It's f***ing ridiculous! Someone f***ing man up!
But did any of that tough love equate to better outcomes for our American entrepreneurs? Short answer, no. Long answer, no. As it turns out, Gordon's explosive temper might have been better for ratings, but worse for business. Of the 77 restaurants that were featured on the American Kitchen Nightmares, just 13 are open today. 13! That is a shade under a 17% success rate. So combining both versions of the show, just 18 of the 105 establishments that Gordon Ramsay tried to help are still around today. Honestly, that seems like a pretty terrible record, especially talking about a guy who's made over $500 million by opening his own restaurants. But I also get it. These are literally the worst of the worst restaurants out there. They were already on their last leg long before Chef Ramsay ever decided to step in, hence the whole nightmare part of the title. I mean, it wasn't called Gordon Ramsay's Kitchens, who are just a few tweaks away from success. Then again, as it turns out, Gordon might not be the right guy for the job, because his numbers, yeah, they're not that great either. As of the recording of this episode, a whopping 4 of Chef Ramsay's restaurants have Michelin stars. His flagship restaurant, Restaurant Gordon Ramsay, is one of only 8 3-Michelin star restaurants in all of the UK and Ireland. There are only 2 chefs in history that have earned more Michelin stars in their career than Ramsay. However, these top-tier restaurants are only a small part of the Gordon Ramsay empire. For every restaurant Gordon Ramsay, there's about 10 Gordon Ramsay street burgers opening in a 5-yard span. So knowing all of that, I wanted to really dig down and find out if Chef Ramsay was truly more successful at keeping restaurants open than your typical small restaurateur that he berates as a part of his show. And boy, let me tell ya, it was actually a fairly easy calculation. You see, Gordon Ramsay has been busy over the past couple years. His roster of restaurants is enormous. According to Wikipedia, Gordon Ramsay has owned or operated 132 different restaurants in the course of his career. In the last 5 years alone, he's opened 67. There's even 8 more that are set to open before the year's end. Now, I did my best to try and get the most accurate data possible. Also, to give the most fair assessment, I removed every restaurant from our list that opened in the last 2 years, since the jury's still out on whether they're going to be able to make it or not. There's also the big viral-shaped elephant in the room, the pandemic. During COVID, anywhere between 70 and 90,000 restaurants shut their doors. As a result, I think it's unfair to judge Chef Ramsay on how his businesses held up against a once-in-a-lifetime global health crisis, so I cut those out of the list as well. All in all, that left me with 83 Ramsay restaurants in contention ready to review, and what I found out about his track record ended up being super interesting. First, I learned that there actually isn't a lot of consensus among researchers about how often restaurants fail. The range of results that I found were insane. On the low end, some research says that around 17% of restaurants close within their first year of operation. On the other end of the spectrum, one American Express commercial cited that number as closer to 90%. Yeah, really couldn't be further apart. However, the NRA, absolutely not the one that you're probably thinking of, the National Restaurant Association, recognizes a failure rate of about 30% to be the norm in the restaurant industry. Since they're industry standard and it was kind of in the middle, I decided to go with that one. And you know what? Compared to that number, Gordon comes out looking great. Just 9% of Gordon's real-world establishments close within their first year. In fact, a full third of Gordon's restaurants that opened prior to 2013 are still kicking after a decade. In the end, 44% 90% of the restaurants we looked into are still pumping out dishes as we speak. So yeah, while not every one of his locations are winners, especially the chains that he's opened more recently, Chef Ramsay far exceeds your average restaurateur. I mean, shouldn't be all that surprising. He has an entire marketing team behind him and decades of experience, but hey, now at least we have the numbers to prove it. So he's better than your local mom and pop. But now let's have Gordon pick on someone his own size. Let's measure the likes of Gordon Ramsay against other celebrity chefs to see if Gordon can stand the heat in his own kitchen, starting with his old rival, a culinary clash between Gordon Ramsay and Bobby Flay. Since we've already pitted them against each other in a previous episode, it's only right that we start this one with a rematch. Today, Flay may not be as much of a mainstay as Chef Ramsay, but there was a point in time when Bobby was the king of the celebrity chef world. So, how good is Bobby Flay at keeping the doors to his restaurants open? Well, he's actually better than Gordon. Much better, in fact. Of Bobby Flay's 13 restaurants that opened pre-2022 and didn't close because of COVID, how many of them are still open? A respectable 53%. That said, we're obviously working at different scales here. 13 versus Ramsay's 80. So, is there anyone else who's closer? How about someone a bit more homey, a bit more accessible to us everymen? Fire up your grills because the mayor of Flavortown has just arrived. Guy Fieri has entered Hell's Kitchen. If you're looking for a chef who holds up to the scale and personality of Gordon Ramsay, Guy is your guy. According to my list, Guy Fieri has had about 46 restaurants tied to his name over his 2-decade-long career. How many are still cooking up flavors today? A jaw-dropping, frost your tips 78%. Fieri is not just beating the likes of Flay and Ramsay, he is lapping them. Pretty darn impressive for a guy who just rolls around in his bowling shirt. But does a plate of trash can nachos really compete with what you get at a Ramsay restaurant, like this lobster ravioli? I mean, look at these dishes. One is elegant, balanced, artistic in its presentation, and the other looks exactly like what you'd expect from a guy in his mid-50s with frosted tips and a goatee. Between Flay and Fieri, they have themselves a collective 1 Michelin star, and Flay ended up losing that star after having it for only a year. I mean, that's not to say that Michelin stars are the be-all end-all. We've talked about that before on this channel, but when it comes to what the greatest food critics in the world are looking for, Ramsay knows how to deliver that better than anyone else. So, if we're truly looking to make the most accurate comparison possible, there is one chef who can look Ramsay in the eye and spit on his Michelin stars. The only man alive today who's earned more Michelin stars in his career than Gordon. Allow me to introduce you to the French culinary genius Alain Ducasse. Boasting an incredible 21 Michelin stars, 4 more than Gordon, and the only person in the ballpark in terms of number of restaurants under his domain, if anyone would be the ultimate final boss for this culinary clash, it's Ducasse. So, the big question, how's his success rate? Well, after looking through every Ducasse delicatessen that's ever existed, the percentage of his restaurants still open for business today is 59%. Way more than Gordon's measly 44. And according to the Michelin Guide, even better in terms of quality. So there you have it, folks. Gordon Ramsay, all brand, no bite. When you stack him up against other celebrity chefs, Gordon is good, but not great. Is how I'd end this episode if I was being disingenuous. Opening up over 100 restaurants, being able to keep nearly 50% of those open for an extended period of time, and then maintaining a high level of quality across all of them, that is a nearly impossible feat. What Gordon Ramsay has been able to do and build is just incredible. And while he's garnered this reputation as a short-tempered, arrogant, stuck-up blowhard, the Ramsay that you see on TV is just a character. If you've spoken with people who've actually worked closely with him, or you just watched some of his more recent, less fiery programming, you see he's just a guy who loves cooking and is passionate about sharing that with others.
It's easy to cook on TV. There's talented producers, there's editors, and there's all sorts of things that make you look good. You know, before any TV came anywhere near my career, I'd mastered my craft.
Gordon Ramsay didn't get to where he was just by screaming in front of a camera. He got there through practice and experience.
It's as if all he knows is fine dining and breathing.
Even though there might be a couple out there who are better in the numbers, nothing can truly take away his pure mastery of the craft. If only he could figure out how to make a proper grilled cheese sandwich.
Aramana with pepperberry and S.i.R. And the secret behind this grilled cheese is a little bit of kimchi.
Yeah, I think I'll be sticking to my Kraft cheese squares and store brand white bread. Who's the idiot sandwich now there, Gordo? But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bon appetit. Earlier this year, we tested 25 different energy drinks from Prime to Monster and Ghost to Gatorade, all in an effort to scientifically determine which brand was best. Link is right there at the top of the screen if you want to go watch our analysis and revel in Red Bull getting absolutely dunked on. But looking back, each and every one of our contestants was missing one magical ingredient, the ingredient of gamer. So today, we're rectifying that. We've gathered up another 16 drinks, this time all specifically targeted at gamers that promise to deliver us a boom headshot of energy. So which brand is gonna deliver us the most 360 no-scopes and which is gonna leave us as the cringiest noobs? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to separate the G Fuels from the G Fools. Let's get powered up. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, where I'm trading my long-term heart health for your late-night gaming binges. At this point, the video game industry rakes in hundreds of billions of dollars in cash a year.
Hey guys, finished testing that game yet?
We just finished level 3 and need to tighten up the graphics a little bit. I can't believe we got jobs doing this.
And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games.
And so, of course, an entire culture has also blossomed around gaming to try to capitalize off of that sweet, sweet streamer life. Of course, you got your fancy RGB keyboards, your cat ear headphones, and your waifu gaming sleeves, but if you're gonna game right, you've also gotta fuel up right. Sure, there's always the classics like Mountain Dew and Doritos, but the market's evolved. The whole scene, which was at one point dominated by the likes of Red Bull and Monster, has grown to become much more sophisticated.
G Fuel is jam-packed with vitamins, antioxidants, and plant-based ingredients. Is that a tank?
The trash! It's the game! It sucks! Playing this I'm done!
Looks like he's really taking this seriously. This is Evo Grand Finals for real.
Like I said, sophisticated. But in all seriousness, as more money and attention's been brought to the scene, especially with the huge surge in popularity around professional esports, there's also been a rise in companies looking to make a name for themselves as the go-to beverage brand for gamers. Sometimes that push produces something good, and sometimes it produces something like this Coca-Cola commercial. I love that Coke went and released whatever this thing is, and yet they still won't sponsor me. Anyway, in the energy drink space, many brands are trying to take a more scientific approach to fueling gamers. Brands claiming to give you exactly what your body needs to keep button mashing all through the night. These drink solutions come in all kinds of forms. Drinks, powders, even inhalers. And they come packaged with all sorts of embarrassing names like anime girl thigh, guacamole gamer fart, titty milk.
This does not taste like titty milk.
I am severely concerned for Santi's mental health in this role. But for all the borderline branding, how much is hype and how much is actually performance? Do these drinks really do what they're advertising themselves as doing? Do they really help gamers get good? Today we bust out our science hats, look under the hood, and find out which of these will reign supreme as the leadest of hacksaws. Now, if you're like me going into this episode, you probably assume that there's no major difference between your average can of Red Bull and G Fuel. But that's not actually the case. Sure, most gamer drinks these days do have plenty of caffeine, borderline illegal amounts of it, as well as a bunch of vitamins, but they typically all have some sort of additional ingredients ranging from more amino acids and electrolytes to herbal extracts. All of these things are usually lumped together under the label of dietary ingredients on the can. That's right, these aren't just energy drinks anymore, they're dietary supplements. Sounds like it should make them healthy, right? Well, not really. According to the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, all a drink or food needs to have is some vitamin, mineral, or herb thrown in and listed on the nutrition facts to qualify as a dietary supplement. In other words, the bar is set pretty darn low. Gin, you know, the alcohol, well, that could very well be labeled as a dietary supplement too, considering it's made with a bunch of botanicals. But that doesn't suddenly make it part of a balanced breakfast. What's worse, the FDA doesn't regulate these ingredients like they do with drugs, so the efficacy of the dietary supplements isn't something that's given a stamp of approval. The reason I'm pointing all this out is that people tend to get fooled by all the sciencey names, automatically assuming that it means there's extra goodness jammed into the can, but that's just not true. Plenty of these brands seem to just just throw different things at the wall hoping that something sticks. Making things worse, even if an ingredient could be beneficial in some way, oftentimes the amounts are just wildly different from brand to brand, sometimes staying so low that they're still practically useless. So as we go through the tests today, it's important to take some of this data with a grain of salt, since hard information on some of the effectiveness levels of these things just doesn't exist yet. But putting how effective they are or aren't aside, we're gonna judge them by whether enough of the ingredients in question have been added into the formulation. Now, a few weeks ago on GT Live, we took our list of 16 of the most popular gamer-focused energy drinks, and we judged them purely based on their taste. And let's just say, it was a wild and largely unpleasant ride.
Have you ever wondered what artificial flavors taste like?
Oh no!
Oh, regret.
Oh, this is kind of like a stale bubble gum that I really have to work to get the flavor out of. Maybe I unwrap a cool comic out of it with Bazooka Joe doing something mildly amusing.
But then you chew it like 5 times and the flavor goes away and you're left with like a very chemically, this is what they like flavor. This is that.
Yeah, this is the Bazooka Joe bubblegum flavor of gamer powdered beverage.
But by the end, we managed to narrow the field down from 16 to 10. The group we ended up with was a collection of Mountain Dews, the OG Mountain Dew soda, as well as their strawberry melon and Baja Blast flavored energy drinks, 3 G Fuels, 2 powdered, blue raspberry and cherry, and 1 canned snow cone, Ultimate Edition Coke and Coke Zero, and then a few outlier contenders like Rogue Tropical Breeze and Sneak Grape. G Fuel explicitly markets itself as the best gaming and esports energy drink, so obviously we wanted to give that one a test. Ultimate Edition Coke was a special flavor made in conjunction with Riot Games, the studio behind League of Legends, and was therefore meant to taste like gaining experience points, which, judging from the flavor, meant that leveling up tastes like bananas?
I love that all of us, you didn't see Ash off screen, but you did it, I did it, we all had the like curious head cock all at the exact same time. Every single one of us. Like, what is that?
Sneak energy drinks like to lean heavily into gaming through social media posts, like, what can you say in COD that would also make sense on a date? Or, the 9 best games in history according to ChatGPT. Finally, Mountain Dew's connection to gaming goes back eons. Thanks to its higher caffeine content than most sodas, Mountain Dew became the go-to choice for gamers trying to pull all-nighters in the early days. And I do mean the early days. In a Windows DOS developer log from 1994, I found a reference to the ancient connection between programmers and Mountain Dew. Quote, fortunately, Windows handles this error gracefully, figuring that the programmer is simply overdosing on Mountain Dew and ignoring requests for non-existent modules. So as we start picking them apart, what do all these energy drinks have in common? Well, caffeine, obviously. And while we're all familiar with caffeine, most people have a fundamental misunderstanding of how it actually works in our body. See, our brains are full of things called adenosine receptors. These receptors act to alert your brain that it's time for rest, regulating and slowing the electric pulses that are going to your heart. What caffeine does is block those receptors. By blocking the receptors, your brain suddenly feels more awake because it's lacking the signals that are actively telling it to go to sleep. In other words, caffeine isn't working because it's giving us a boost, it's working because it's preventing us from feeling tired. Kind of like a zombie. They're not alive, they're just not capable of feeling dead. But here's the rub to all this. While caffeine blocks the adenosine receptors temporarily, it doesn't stop the adenosine production. Once that caffeine wears off, the receptors get flooded with all that adenosine buildup, causing the post-energy drink crash. Of course, you can always keep your caffeine intake going to keep blocking the receptors, but like with any drug, your body is gonna slowly build up a tolerance, and that tolerance might create some issues. You see, in addition to blocking adenosine receptors, caffeine also causes your arteries to contract. This in turn forces the heart to push itself harder to get blood throughout the body. Now, under normal circumstances, that isn't that much of an issue. Caffeine is short-lived, and the amount of it in a typical can of soda or cup of coffee isn't really pushing into any sort of dangerous territory. However, as caffeine doses get larger and more prolonged, your arteries start to contract even more, causing your heart to work even harder. This is where the jitters come in. Sure, at small doses, caffeine might help you improve your fine motor skills, but at large doses, it's gonna push your heart too far and cause your fine motor skills to deteriorate. Not only is that a potential health issue, it's also a potential gamer issue. If the only difference between victory and defeat is a few millimeters on a controller, too much caffeine is gonna be a major detriment. Also, you know the headaches that you get when you go a bit too long without your morning coffee? Well, when I say that caffeine restricts your blood vessels, I mean all your blood vessels, including the ones that are up in your brain. This causes your body to pump more blood into your head so that you know, don't die. But when you suddenly cut off the caffeine levels and your blood vessels expand again, your body doesn't get that memo right away. And so it continues to force all the extra blood up there, which sets off all sorts of alarms to the nerves in your brain, making you feel like your head's about to pop like a is it. But caffeine isn't the only chemical shared across most of these gamer drinks. There's also taurine. Taurine is a naturally produced amino acid that the body uses for energy production, so it's thought that adding more taurine to your system might actually increase your overall energy levels. Early tests with mice have supported this, showing that taurine combined with caffeine helps combat sleep deprivation more than just caffeine alone. How much that actually works for humans is still up for debate, but overall the working philosophy is that caffeine helps stave off your natural exhaustion, while taurine helps your body create new energy. So at this point, how are our candidates looking? We want some caffeine, but hopefully a low enough dose to avoid the shakes. We also want taurine in there to help generate some long-term energy. So let's just start off with the obvious loser, OG Mountain Dew. Sure, Mountain Dew's been associated with gamers forever, and it technically won our taste test mostly because of the 46 grams of sugar pumped into those 12 ounces of liquid. But overall, Mountain Dew doesn't do a whole lot in terms of energy beyond the 54 milligrams of caffeine in there. Oh, and while we're at it, might save this one for an episode down the line, but sugar, yeah, that actually doesn't give you energy. At least not the energy that you're thinking of, bouncing off the walls and making you all hyperactive. That's a myth that's been debunked dozens of times over. In fact, if anything, sugar just makes you crash harder at the other end without getting you any sort of boost to compensate. In general, all the sugar in the Mountain Dew might actually help you lose focus and alertness, which is the exact opposite of what we want out of our ideal gamer drink. Ultimate Coke and Coke Zero, you weird banana flavored sodas, they also fall into the same camp, and so we're also eliminating them right now from the race. So how then do we differentiate the rest of the pack? Well, the key difference between an energy drink and a gamer energy drink are the vitamin complexes and amino acids that are mixed into the formula. Usually you'll find that gamer drinks are jammed with ingredients said to boost memory and brain function, specifically the B vitamins and L-tyrosine. That one is an amino acid that can improve memory, thinking skills, and overall mental performance under stressful conditions. Exactly what you need when you're trying to make it through a game with Ash silently judging you just off camera. I see your eyes on me, Ash. I feel your icy stare. It will not faze me. The other component that a lot of these brands try to work in is choline. Now, choline is very similar in function to the B vitamins, but it has an additional use for your body, which is to create acetylcholine. We covered this recently on our macadamia nut episode, but essentially acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that plays an important role in, you guessed it, brain functions like learning and memory. But that's not all. Acetylcholine also plays a major part in voluntary muscle movements like clicking a mouse and clacking a keyboard. So going back to our gamer drinks, this helps us cull the field even more, with the Mountain Dew drinks falling short yet again. Based on their ingredients list, sure, they contain plenty of parts from that B vitamin complex, but they're completely devoid of any additional amino acids or extracts that could help with alertness. Overall, they're not actually adding more energy to your system, they're just relying on caffeine to give you a short-term energy booster without any sort of good long-term stabilizers. So, just like that, the field's been narrowed from 10 to 5. Let's take a look at our remaining contestants. Rogue Energy has itself a surprising mix. With just 175 milligrams of caffeine, you'd expect it to be loaded with sugars like Mountain Dew, but it has surprisingly only 1 tiny gram of sugar, meaning that it's not gonna give you a whole lot of sugar crash. Rogue also made sure to load you up on vitamin B12. The recommended daily allowance of B12 is only in the 2 to 3 microgram range. Rogue Energy over here is containing a bone-shattering 400 micrograms. And I do mean that whole bone-shattering thing literally. Doses higher than 25 micrograms per day are said to increase the risk of bone fractures according to studies. Maybe it's just because all that energy has you literally bouncing off the walls. Rogue Energy also contains glycine, an amino acid that improves cognitive function and reduces fatigue. There's also L-tyrosine like we talked about before in there. Overall, everything in Rogue is looking pretty good. Hey, can I get... Earlier this year, we tested 25 different energy drinks from Prime to Monster and Ghost to Gatorade, all in an effort to scientifically determine which brand was best. Link is right there at the top of the screen if you want to go watch our analysis and revel in Red Bull getting absolutely dunked on. But looking back, each and every one of our contestants was missing one magical ingredient, the ingredient of gamer. So today, we're rectifying that. We've gathered up another 16 drinks, this time all specifically targeted at gamers that promise to deliver us a boom headshot of energy. So which brand is gonna deliver us the most 360 no-scopes and which is gonna leave us as the cringiest noobs? Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to separate the G-Fuels from the G-Fools. Let's get powered up. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, where I'm trading my long-term heart health for your late-night gaming binges. At this point, the video game industry rakes in hundreds of billions of dollars in cash a year.
Hey guys, finished testing that game yet?
We just finished level 3 and need to tighten up the graphics a little bit. I can't believe we got jobs doing this.
And my mom said I would never get anywhere with these games.
And so, of course, an entire culture has also blossomed around gaming to try to capitalize off of that sweet, sweet streamer life. Of course, you got your fancy RGB keyboards, your cat ear headphones, and your waifu gaming sleeves, but if you're gonna game right, you've also gotta fuel up right. Sure, there's always the classics like Mountain Dew and Doritos, but the market's evolved. The whole scene, which was at one point dominated by the likes of Red Bull and Monster, has grown to become much more sophisticated.
G Fuel is jam-packed with vitamins, antioxidants, and plant-based ingredients. Is that a tank?
The trash! It's the game! It sucks! Playing this I'm done!
Looks like he's really taking this seriously. This is Evo Grand Finals for real.
Like I said, sophisticated. But in all seriousness, as more money and attention's been brought to the scene, especially with the huge surge in popularity around professional esports, there's also been a rise in companies looking to make a name for themselves as the go-to beverage brand for gamers. Sometimes that push produces something good, and sometimes it produces something like this Coca-Cola commercial. I love that Coke went and released whatever this thing is, and yet they still won't sponsor me. Anyway, in the energy drink space, many brands are trying to take a more scientific approach to fueling gamers. Brands claiming to give you exactly what your body needs to keep button mashing all through the night. These drink solutions come in all kinds of forms. Drinks, powders, even inhalers. And they come packaged with all sorts of embarrassing names like anime girl thigh, guacamole gamer fart, titty milk.
This does not taste like titty milk.
I am severely concerned for Santi's mental health in this role. But for all the borderline branding, how much is hype and how much is actually performance? Do these drinks really do what they're advertising themselves as doing? Do they really help gamers get good? Today we bust out our science hats, look under the hood, and find out which of these will reign supreme as the leadest of hacksaws. Now, if you're like me going into this episode, you probably assume that there's no major difference between your average can of Red Bull and G Fuel. But that's not actually the case. Sure, most gamer drinks these days do have plenty of caffeine, borderline illegal amounts of it, as well as a bunch of vitamins, but they typically all have some sort of additional ingredients ranging from more amino acids and electrolytes to herbal extracts. All of these things are usually lumped together under the label of dietary ingredients on the can. That's right, these aren't just energy drinks anymore, they're dietary supplements. Sounds like it should make them healthy, right? Well, not really. According to the Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, all a drink or food needs to have is some vitamin, mineral, or herb thrown in and listed on the nutrition facts to qualify as a dietary supplement. In other words, the bar is set pretty darn low. Gin, you know, the alcohol, well, that could very well be labeled as a dietary supplement too, considering it's made with a bunch of botanicals. But that doesn't suddenly make it part of a balanced breakfast. What's worse, the FDA doesn't regulate these ingredients like they do with drugs, so the efficacy of the dietary supplements isn't something that's given a stamp of approval. The reason I'm pointing all this out is that people tend to get fooled by all the sciencey names, automatically assuming that it means there's extra goodness jammed into the can, but that's just not true. Plenty of these brands seem to just throw different things at the wall hoping that something sticks. Making things worse, even if an ingredient could be beneficial in some way, oftentimes the amounts are just wildly different from brand to brand, sometimes staying so low that they're still practically useless. So as we go through the tests today, it's important to take some of this data with a grain of salt, since hard information on some of the effectiveness levels of these things just doesn't exist yet. But putting how effective they are or aren't aside, we're gonna judge them by whether enough of the ingredients in question have been added into the formulation. Now, a few weeks ago on GT Live, we took our list of 16 of the most popular gamer-focused energy drinks, and we judged them purely based on their taste. And let's just say, it was a wild and largely unpleasant ride.
Have you ever wondered what artificial flavors taste like?
Oh no!
Oh, regret.
Oh, this is kind of like a stale bubble gum that I really have to work to get the flavor out of. Maybe I unwrap a cool comic out of it with Bazooka Joe doing something mildly amusing.
But then you chew it like 5 times and the flavor goes away and you're left with like a very chemically, this is what they like flavor. This is that.
Yeah, this is the Bazooka Joe bubblegum flavor of gamer powdered beverage.
But by the end, we managed to narrow the field down from 16 to 10. The group we ended up with was a collection of Mountain Dews, the OG Mountain Dew soda, as well as their strawberry melon and Baja Blast flavored energy drinks, 3 G Fuels, 2 powdered, blue raspberry and cherry, and 1 canned snow cone, Ultimate Edition Coke and Coke Zero, and then a few outlier contenders like Rogue Tropical Breeze and Sneak Grape. G Fuel explicitly markets itself as the best gaming and esports energy drink, so obviously we wanted to give that one a test. Ultimate Edition Coke was a special flavor made in conjunction with Riot Games, the studio behind League of Legends, and was therefore meant to taste like gaining experience points, which, judging from the flavor, meant that leveling up tastes like bananas?
I love that all of us, you didn't see Ash off screen, but you did it, I did it, we all had the like curious head cock all at the exact same time. Every single one of us. Like, what is that?
Sneak energy drinks like to lean heavily into gaming through social media posts, like, what can you say in COD that would also make sense on a date? Or, the 9 best games in history according to ChatGPT. Finally, Mountain Dew's connection to gaming goes back eons. Thanks to its higher caffeine content than most sodas, Mountain Dew became the go-to choice for gamers trying to pull all-nighters in the early days. And I do mean the early days. In a Windows-DOS developer log from 1994, I found a reference to the ancient connection between programmers and Mountain Dew. Quote, fortunately, Windows handles this error gracefully, figuring that the programmer is simply overdosing on Mountain Dew and ignoring requests for non-existent modules. So as we start picking them apart, what do all these energy drinks have in common? Well, caffeine, obviously. And while we're all familiar with caffeine, most people have a fundamental misunderstanding of how it actually works in our body. See, our brains are full of things called adenosine receptors. These receptors act to alert your brain that it's time for rest, regulating and slowing the electric pulses that are going to your heart. What caffeine does is block those receptors. By blocking the receptors, your brain suddenly feels more awake because it's lacking the signals that are actively telling it to go to sleep. In other words, caffeine isn't working because it's giving us a boost, it's working because it's preventing us from feeling tired. Kind of like a zombie. They're not alive, they're just not capable of feeling dead. But here's the rub to all this. While caffeine blocks the adenosine receptors temporarily, it doesn't stop the adenosine production. Once that caffeine wears off, the receptors get flooded with all that adenosine buildup, causing the post-energy drink crash. Of course, you can always keep your caffeine intake going to keep blocking the receptors, but like with any drug, your body is going to slowly build up a tolerance, and that tolerance might create some issues. You see, in addition to blocking adenosine receptors, caffeine also causes your arteries to contract. This in turn forces the heart to push itself harder to get blood throughout the body. Now, under normal circumstances, that isn't that much of an issue. Caffeine is short-lived, and the amount of it in a typical can of soda or cup of coffee isn't really pushing into any sort of dangerous territory. However, as caffeine doses get larger and more prolonged, your arteries start to contract even more, causing your heart to work even harder. This is where the jitters come in. Sure, at small doses, caffeine might help you improve your fine motor skills, but at large doses, it's gonna push your heart too far and cause your fine motor skills to deteriorate. Not only is that a potential health issue, it's also a potential gamer issue. If the only difference between victory and defeat is a few millimeters on a controller, too much caffeine is gonna be a major detriment. Also, you know the headaches that you get when you go a bit too long without your morning coffee? Well, when I say that caffeine restricts your blood vessels, I mean all your blood vessels, including the ones that are up in your brain. This causes your body to pump more blood into your head so that you know, don't die. But when you suddenly cut off the caffeine levels and your blood vessels expand again, your body doesn't get that memo right away. And so it continues to force all the extra blood up there, which sets off all sorts of alarms to the nerves in your brain, making you feel like your head's about to pop like a zit. But caffeine isn't the only chemical shared across most of these gamer drinks. There's also taurine. Taurine is a naturally produced amino acid that the body uses for energy production. So it's thought that adding more taurine to your system might actually increase your overall energy levels. Early tests with mice have supported this, showing that taurine combined with caffeine helps combat sleep deprivation more than just caffeine alone. How much that actually works for humans is still up for debate, but overall the working philosophy is that caffeine helps stave off your natural exhaustion, while taurine helps your body create new energy. So at this point, how are our candidates looking? We want some caffeine, but hopefully a low enough dose to avoid the shakes. We also want taurine in there to help generate some long-term energy. So let's just start off with the obvious loser, OG Mountain Dew. Sure, Mountain Dew's been associated with gamers forever, and it technically won our taste test mostly because of the 46 grams of sugar pumped into those 12 ounces of liquid. But overall, Mountain Dew doesn't do a whole lot in terms of energy beyond the 54 milligrams of caffeine in there. Oh, and while we're at it, might save this one for an episode down the line, but sugar, yeah, that actually doesn't give you energy. At least not not the energy that you're thinking of, bouncing off the walls and making you all hyperactive. That's a myth that's been debunked dozens of times over. In fact, if anything, sugar just makes you crash harder at the other end without getting you any sort of boost to compensate. In general, all the sugar in the Mountain Dew might actually help you lose focus and alertness, which is the exact opposite of what we want out of our ideal gamer drink. Ultimate Coke and Coke Zero, you weird banana-flavored sodas, they also fall into the same camp, and so we're also eliminating them right now from the race. So how then do we differentiate the rest of the pack? Well, the key difference between an energy drink and a gamer energy drink are the vitamin complexes and amino acids that are mixed into the formula. Usually you'll find that gamer drinks are jammed with ingredients said to boost memory and brain function, specifically the B vitamins and L-tyrosine. That one is an amino acid that can improve memory, thinking skills, and overall mental performance under stressful conditions. Exactly what you need when you're trying to make it through a game with Ash silently judging you just off camera. I see your eyes on me, Ash. I feel your icy stare. It will not faze me. The other component that a lot of these brands try to work in is choline. Now, choline is very similar in function to the B vitamins, but it has an additional use for your body, which is to create acetylcholine. We covered this recently on our macadamia nut episode, but essentially acetylcholine is a neurotransmitter that plays an important role in, you guessed it, brain functions like learning and memory. But that's not all. Acetylcholine also plays a major part in voluntary muscle movements like clicking a mouse and clacking a keyboard. So going back to our gamer drinks, this helps us cull the field even more, with the Mountain Dew drinks falling short yet again. Based on their ingredients list, sure, they contain plenty of parts from that B vitamin complex, but they're completely devoid of any additional amino acids or extracts that could help with alertness. Overall, they're not actually adding more energy to your system, they're just relying on caffeine to give you a short-term energy booster without any sort of good long-term stabilizers. So, just like that, the field's been narrowed from 10 to 5. Let's take a look at our remaining contestants. Rogue Energy has itself a surprising mix. With just 175 milligrams of caffeine, you'd expect it to be loaded with sugars like Mountain Dew, but it has surprisingly only 1 tiny gram of sugar, meaning that it's not going to give you a whole lot of sugar crash. Rogue also made sure to load you up on vitamin B12. The recommended daily allowance of B12 is only in the 2 to 3 microgram range. Rogue Energy over here is containing a bone-shattering 400 micrograms. And I do mean that whole bone-shattering thing literally. Doses higher than 25 micrograms per day are said to increase the risk of bone fractures according to studies. Maybe it's just because all that energy has you literally bouncing off the walls. Rogue Energy also contains glycine, an amino acid that improves cognitive function and reduces fatigue. There's also L-tyrosine like we talked about before in there. Overall, everything in Rogue is looking pretty good. I'd say it's almost looking too good. You see, everything in here feels uncomfortably targeted, not for boosting memory or cognitive performance, but rather for boosting your overall dopamine levels. Dopamine, as most of you know at this point, is known as the happy hormone because of the role it plays in the reward system of our brains. Whenever you do something good, dopamine is released by your brain to make you feel good and want to do that action again. Junk foods and sugar, they make our brains flood with dopamine, which is why we tend to get addicted to those things. I mean, don't get me wrong, dopamine has other functions that pertain to memory too, but with how much dopamine triggers Rogue Energy is shoved into this drink, it almost seems like it's more of a tool to get you addicted to the drink rather than a tool that's helping to boost your KD ratio. Honestly, I'm starting to get a bit worried here. We're running through the finalists and nothing's really rising to the top. G Fuel claims to be the best for gamers, so maybe there's something there. Well, right off the bat, you can see that G Fuel is leaning heavy on the caffeine angle. Heavy. A massive 300 milligrams of caffeine per 16-ounce can. That right there, that is more than 4 times as caffeinated as Mountain Dew. However, G Fuel also backs up the other side with a slew of vitamins like B12 and amino acids that not only break down fats into energy, but also help generate more proteins like L-tyrosine, which helps create neurotransmitters. That right there is a bonus, because those neurotransmitters are really going to be helping you a lot when you're gaming and need to make a bunch of split-second decisions. Overall, though, that's about as far as the gamer half of the drink goes. G Fuel will give you a heck of a lot of energy. That is very true, don't get me wrong. But the focus element of it is overall lacking. Or, at the very least, it doesn't really set itself apart from the rest of the pack. Speaking of packs, Sneak doesn't really offer anything different than G Fuel. But let me tell you, some of those flavors were a big ol' swing and a miss.
Do you like stale bubblegum from like the 1920s? Have I got a gamer drink for you?
The grape flavor, yeah, I've got this super squeaky high pitch out of me in a good way.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah.
But overall, it doesn't really offer that much to run away with first place either, so what does? I mean, we've kind of run down the entire list of finalists from the taste test without any sort of clear-cut winner. And honestly, that's because when we ran the numbers, the drink that best serves gamers for their energy drink wasn't one of the flavor finalists. That's right, we've got ourselves a last-minute dark horse entering the competition. Victory, thy name is Thick Lemonade.
It's like thick lemonade. right? Which is a weird phrase to use. Thick lemonade. But that is what I just put in my mouth.
Nerd Focus, one of the contestants to not make it into the finals in terms of flavor, gives you everything the other brands do, but then takes it to the next level. You get it? Little gamer talk there. Oh, I'm so funny, wow. Caffeine? Well, Nerd Focus actually contains 2 different kinds, which can help with retaining your alertness and counteracting crashes. Plus, it has a large amount of ginseng extract, a plant that can help with energy and keep your cholesterol, inflammation, and blood sugar in check. And with gamer rage being a very real thing, boy oh boy is that necessary. And that's before we even get into the focus components. It has the usual suspects of vitamins, but where it truly excels is providing choline to the body. Like I mentioned earlier in the episode, acetylcholine is vital in memory and learning, but what I didn't mention yet is that it also actively supports your motivation and attention span, which, as far as gaming goes, might as well be the most important thing besides the energy kick. Factor in the boost that it gives to your voluntary muscle movements, and you suddenly have the most important ingredient for attention that every other brand just didn't give enough attention to. Not only is Nerd Focus hitting you with the heart-pumping caffeine injection, and believe me it is with 160 milligrams of caffeine in a can, but it's also making sure that you're not suddenly getting distracted, so you can keep on punishing those noobs. It may not have been the best to drink. The brand of Nerd Energy is far from flattering. Honestly, I'd rather drink anime girl thigh just for the irony, and the commercial ain't doing itself any favors either. But if we're judging it by its intended function, Nerd Focus is the clear winner, despite what our initial reactions may have been.
This one's smarter than energy.
Not smarter than flavor.
But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bottoms up, gamers. And hey, if you're looking for general energy drink recommendations, that video is over to the left. Like I said, Red Bull, it is a bloodbath for them, but you might be surprised by who ultimately wins. And as always, my friends, make sure you hit subscribe before you leave. That way you're notified of more of our scientifically based food recommendations. As always, I'll see you next week. Internet, welcome to Food Theory, where it's time to solve a mystery. A mystery flavor, that is. In honor of Halloween, Mountain Dew for the last 4 years has released this, Mountain Dew Voodoo, a mystery flavor. A drink with an odd color and brand new taste that they challenge you to identify. And then at the end of the month, we all see if we were right when they reveal the answer.
Hey, Matt.
1 second. And every year, Voodoo changes. In the past, the flavors have ranged from a bright orange Sour Patch Kids to a dark purple candy corn.
Matt, listen.
Yeah, 1 second, Santi. And now, here in 2023, we have this. A cloudy white beverage that me and the rest of the team are gonna be putting to the test. The taste test.
Matt, I really think we should talk before you keep...
Santi, shh. I'm in the middle of recording. Don't you hear me using my overexcited voice? So, that's the plan we got for today. I'm gonna set the team down on the couch, give them a glass of Voodoo, and then see...
It's Airheads.
What?
Cherry Airheads. The mystery flavor. It's cherry Airheads.
But how would you...
They revealed the flavor last week.
No, they don't reveal it until the end of the
month. Yeah, tell me about it. No, this year they decided to reveal the mystery flavor at the beginning of October, not the end.
Oh. So what do we do now?
There's always Fanta.
Fanta? Do people care?
It's colored black.
The spookiest of colors. All right, yes, we can salvage this. Come on, people, let's re-roll this. All right, friends, it is time for us to solve a food mystery. It is that time of year where the soda companies like to sprinkle out mystery flavors into the ether. Usually these things have strange colors or unusual flavors, and it's up to us as the soda drinking community to figure out what they're supposed to be flavored as. Originally, this episode was supposed to be themed around Mountain Dew, who's been doing this for a couple of years now, and their yearly release this year I think is called Voodoo. We have a whole case of it downstairs. And then yesterday they revealed what the answer was because life hates us. Usually they reveal it after Halloween, but this year they just decided to be like, whatever, we're doing it a month early. So we found out prematurely that it's apparently a red Airhead. That was the flavor that they were going for. I tried it. It's fine. Tasted like a subtle raspberry, overly sweet, but you know, that's literally anything at this point. So since the Mountain Dew mystery was immediately solved, instead we decided to go with the next best thing, Fanta. Last year was their first year of doing a mystery flavor. It was a blue soda, and when you tried it, it was actually orange creamsicle. So pretty good. That kind of sets expectations for what we have here. This year, it's really cool and very on theme with the Halloween trend. Got a black soda, spiders and spider webs all over here. My initial impulse, just by looking at the color alone, it's like, oh no, is this gonna be a black licorice flavored soda? If they have any hope of selling any of these to the public and offloading this onto the masses, there's no world that this is actually black licorice flavor, because no one would buy that. So that's the plan for the day. Set the members of Team Theorist down on the couch, give them a glass of Fanta, and see what flavors they're getting. From there, we're gonna compile the data and compare what we've each tasted to the actual ingredients list in the mystery flavor to see if we can come to a definitive conclusion on what the new flavor is before Coca-Cola releases the answer. Before Mountain Dew, very disappointed. Last time I tried to plan my content calendar around you guys.
So without any further ado, let's solve ourselves a soda mystery, shall we? Ooh, I haven't even opened the thing, but as soon as I cracked the seal, I got this like huge whiff of flavor, like a synthetic blueberry or maybe a synthetic raspberry flavor. Like I was saying, we're gonna have a bunch of members of Team Theorist actually cycling in through here to give their impressions, and then hopefully, as a team, we can solve this thing before Fanta Black? Fanta Black! Fanta Black! I get it. It's like the Fanta Black thing that they've been doing lately. But hopefully our collective brain power will be able to solve this mystery before Fanta inevitably reveals what the flavor truly was. So it is black, but you can see through our lights that it does have kind of a deep purplish to it. So even though it looks black as you pour it, there is a slight like reddishness to it that is giving you a little purple. Ooh, it's a pleasant flavor. It's not nasty, it's not gross. Like a lot of mystery flavors are like, oh, this is weird. What are you? The color does not match the flavor. It's not blue raspberry, but it's close. It tastes a lot like snow cone syrup. It's not quite a blue raspberry, but it would be like a red raspberry snow cone syrup. I think that's what I'm going for. It's also one of those things that makes me wonder if these are coming out of any of those print your flavor Coke machines, you know, the ones where you can have basically any flavor Coke that you could possibly want. They have different flavor cartridges that mix together. Like here, you can tell there's some orange. You can tell that there's a little bit of like the artificial blue flavor that comes out of those, like the blueberry. There's definitely a strawberry. And I think that combined total is giving me this kind of raspberry essence. It's good. Like I could see myself drinking a full cup of this. I'm gonna go on record and say that this is like red raspberry snow cones.
So that was my reaction, but how would everyone else take it?
tastes bad. That's what I get. Oh, it tastes like soap.
Let's just say that some team members were more helpful than others.
You know what it is? Is childhood depression in a plan. Or the soulless dead eyes of a bird.
Like I said, some team members, not named Jason, were more helpful than others.
I'm ready to taste the mystery Fanta. Someone's already been drinking out of this bottle. Come on. I got Matthew's old bottle, didn't I? Did he drink straight out of this? Did backwash him? This is giving like strong Black Lagoon vibes for me.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do smell out of the bottle and smell in the cup. It can change. Ooh, that's pungent. Oh, wow. They look purple. Like, I don't want to ingest this. It smells like watered down snow cone juice.
Looks more like Coke than it does Fanta. Should I be ingesting something that's just black? That doesn't look appetizing. I'm sorry, that looks like sludge.
Woo! That is a strong sweet tart vibe, let me tell you. This is distinctly like sugary tart candy. Okay, it's not bad, actually. It doesn't taste like the swamp water that it looks like. Is it grapey, maybe? Grape or blue raspberry? That's what I'm going with in terms of the fruity flavors. My closest approximation to this is like a blue raspberry sweet tart, and I like it, but I don't really want a lot more of it.
Is it like a raspberry? Is that what it is? I'm almost getting sort of blue raspberries, I want to put. I guess bottoms up. Okay, that is not raspberry. I'm not getting anymore.
So up front, I get a lot of the carbonation that kind of hides the flavor. It tastes blue? Does that make sense? Like a citrusy blue. It tastes like a less bad for you version of like Mountain Dew Voltage. It's giving voltage. I'm gonna lock in blueberry. It's probably horribly wrong, but or the bottom of the snow cone juice.
We'll say it's like a raspberry flavor, a raspberry infusion of some kind.
The reviews are in, and they are lukewarm at best, let me tell you. The flavor was not the biggest hit. Some opinions I trusted, other opinions were Jason.
Diet Coke, which is horrible.
You just get out. Just get out now. Leave. Leave. Looking across all the non-Jason answers, a few things stood out to me. First, everyone mentioned how sweet the flavor was. It was citrusy, and like Steph said, definitely had a tartness to it, but it lacked the trademark tang of the original orange Fanta flavor. None of us could really agree on what exactly it was, but all of us noted a tart, berry-like profile, and snow cone juice, oddly enough. So, knowing that, it was time to look at the ingredients list to see if it could give us any extra information. We see that the mystery black flavor has sodium citrate and malic acid in it, two things that are missing from the OG Fanta formula. Now, sodium citrate is used in things like lemon lime sodas to give them their distinct sour, slightly salty flavor, while reducing the overall acidity to give a more mellow experience. It would also explain the tartness that I tasted. Malic acid, on the other hand, balances the sweetness and also provides a fuller, fruitier flavor. Those two ingredients and their purposes give us a better understanding of the profile Fanta's going for. Something sweet tart, but with a little extra punch of berry-like acidity. Except that still wasn't helping me narrow it down enough, so I had to get creative. I had to turn to Coke Freestyle machines. You know, those soda machines that basically let you have any flavor you want in certain restaurant chains like Wendy's or Five Guys. Well, every month they have themselves a specialty soda blend that you can get out of the machine. And for the month of October, guess what specialty soda they were serving? Fanta Black. Now, the way these things work is kind of like a printer. Just like how a printer has different cartridges for each color, inside each Coke Freestyle you have different cartridges full of super concentrated flavors. Just look at the inside of this thing. It really is like a printer. So when you pick your soda, it just mixes the flavor concentrate with the water and the CO2 in the machine. But the X factor of these machines are the add-in flavors, like cherry, vanilla, grape, and orange. These are kept separately from the base soda flavors, allowing you to add the same extra flavoring to any other soda in the machine. And since Fanta Black had to be coming from a mix of these pre-existing flavorings, by seeing how the machine was printing out the Fanta flavor, I'd be able to lock in what exactly it was going for. So I headed down to Five Guys, put on my slow motion camera, and got myself a drink. Immediately, everyone started looking at me like I was a weirdo, because who in their right mind would be using their phone to film the soda going into a cup? Anyway, in the slow motion footage, you can absolutely see the waves of orange, purple, and the occasional green flowing down into the cup. Looking up into the machine, you could also see that these flavors were coming from three main streams consistently. And looking down into the glass after it was filled, again, there were these three colors of unmixed flavors that popped up. Little orange flavor dots, little green flavor dots, and dark blue or purple. Comparing those against the pre-existing flavors that exist inside the machine, that confirmed a lot of our suspicions, that the flavor had a base of orange mixed with some lemon lime flavoring, and the berry flavor that we were all sensing was coming from the blueberry mix-in flavor. In short, the Fanta Black flavor is blueberry, orange, lemon lime. But still, doesn't quite give us a satisfying answer. Sure, we know the individual component flavors, we know the ingredients that are giving us those flavors, but what is that all supposed to add up to? What is the flavor that they're trying to simulate? I was stumped, and that's when it hit me. I turned back to the can. Bats. This is a Halloween flavor after all. Could it be tied to the spooky theme of vampires and bats? Turns out, yes. You see, all around the promotions for this new flavor is a QR code. Now, normally I would never think to scan a QR code on a can of soda, but we were getting kind of desperate and looking for clues wherever we could find them. Maybe there was something on the promotional website for this thing that would help us. And indeed, there was. Hidden on the Fanta site was a game. Well, not so much a game, more like a click these very obvious things on the website and we'll give you some clues. The first clue that you get is an image of Italy, which doesn't really help you out a whole lot on its own, but it's the second clue that brings everything into focus. A Halloween-appropriate bloody vampire mouth. So I searched online for Italian vampires and got this. Fracchia contro Dracula, a 1985 Italian horror comedy where vampire hunters pop out of wedding cakes to shoot laser beams at Dracula. I sat down and watched the whole thing, which is available on YouTube, and it was interesting. Some great schlock they get for October, honestly. Fun watch, but ultimately it gave me no clues. It was yet another dead end. But Bloody Mouth and Italy, how would those two things connect? Well, in one way and one way only. The blood orange. Originating in Italy, specifically in Sicily, the thing that the Italian boot is kicking down there in the Mediterranean, blood oranges are called that because of the distinctive deep red color of their flesh and juice. They're not as common as regular oranges due to their short growing season, namely the winter and early spring. It's actually those low growing temperatures that give them that deep red hue. They also get that color due to a pigment called anthocyanin, which also happens to give raspberries and blackberries their color. But it's not just the color that they have in common. Blood oranges tend to have a sweeter, slightly more berry-like flavor than regular oranges, and are often compared with raspberries, sometimes even being called raspberry oranges. Jason, Tom, and I all picked up on that familiar taste when we tried it. Lee did too, in a very roundabout way, with his comparison to Mountain Dew Voltage, since that has a raspberry citrus flavor. Blood oranges aren't all that common in the US, so the sweeter flavor profile isn't something that we'd all immediately recognize. They also, in general, are considered to have a much more complex flavor profile than your typical OJ orange. So again, why describing this particular flavor was so nuanced. And the conclusion of blood orange perfectly lines up with everything we observed through our evidence. We're starting with a base of orange, like we saw with the flavor machine. Meanwhile, the two key ingredients, the sodium citrate and malic acid, help mellow that out into something that's a bit sweeter and more raspberry-like. The blueberry from the Coke Freestyle machine gives us our berry flavor, and we get the mellow citrus from the small splashes of lemon lime. And all of that is wrapped up with a creepy name for Halloween, the blood orange. In fact, I'm actually curious about this one. In our research, we stumbled across a soft drink that was made with blood oranges from Sicily back in 2001. It was Aranciata Rossa di Sicilia, released by San Pellegrino. If we can get our hands on a bottle, I'll have to do a side-by-side taste test of the two flavors, maybe on a short sometime down the line, because I'm curious if they just outright copied that flavor profile. Anyway, there you have it, friends. We've unmasked Fanta's mystery flavor this year. They would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for us meddling theorists. Mountain Dew clearly knew what we had in store for them, which is why they had no choice but to reveal it early. Because in the end, no mystery flavor is safe from a theory. Before we go, today I'm giving a special shout out to our sponsor for today's video, S.i.R. Not only have they been an amazing partner to us and have made all of us here at Team Theorist a lot more healthy, hydrated, and happy with great flavors that aren't a mystery, but today, friends, they're granting me a very special wish. If you know me, then you know that I have myself a problem with Diet Cola. I drink a lot. Honestly, it is a miracle that I'm not a giant walking kidney stone at this point. And don't get me wrong, I enjoy drinking water, or at least I enjoy drinking water out of my S.i.R bottle, which fools my taste buds into thinking the water's flavored, when in actuality it's just a scent that's tricking my taste buds. It is great at keeping me hydrated, but still, sometimes my body just craves Diet Cola, like it's Gollum looking for its precious, and there's just nothing I could do about it other than submit and chug a can, or several. Or at least there wasn't anything I could do about it until now. You see, for a while now, S.i.R's had an exclusive flavor only available in the UK, cola, and I've been pretty jealous about it, but now my prayers have been answered. S.i.R is finally bringing cola to the States. Cherry cola, to be specific. You heard that right. S.i.R is bringing cherry cola into their lineup of flavors available here in the US so that I can scratch that itch without having to inject my body with all those. The water in this bottle is 14 times more expensive than the water in this bottle. 14 times. And yet, it's supposedly selling the exact same thing, water. At 14 times more expensive, you'd be hoping for like gold leaf to be floating around inside of here or something, but nope, nothing, just plain old water. Clearly, this has got to be some sort of a gimmick, right? Well, that's what I plan to test today. Is the clear, flavorless, and odorless liquid we call water the same no matter whether it's coming from a square bottle or a cylindrical one? And when you spend more on a bottle of water, does that rich water actually taste expensive? Drink it all in, theorists. By the end of today's episode, your thirst for answers shall be quenched. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, the channel that's always sparkling and never still. We've talked a lot on this channel about various beverages, sodas, tea, coffee, heck, we even tried olive oil mixed into coffee. Still hate you, Starbucks, for forcing us to do that one, but there's one drink that we've critically ignored over the years of Food Theory, and that is water. Outside of the one episode where we tested whether you could predict the temperature of water just from listening to it pour, spoiler alert, you can, water's been a pretty infrequent subject on the channel, and it's not hard to see. Spoiler alert, you can. Water's been a pretty infrequent subject on the channel, and it's not hard to see why, right? It's water. There's nothing much to say about it. Clear, odorless, making up 70% of the surface of planet Earth. H2O is kind of the GOAT of planet Earth beverages, but it's not particularly flashy. And yet, over the last 2 decades, bottled water has really exploded onto the scene to capitalize off of our collective thirst. In 2020 alone, the US bottled water industry generated approximately $22 billion in revenue. Billion with a B just for water. When I was a kid, you drank from the tap and you liked it. If you were lucky, you got to drink from the garden hose. But now, water's become so ubiquitous it's starting to feel like a fashion accessory. It is a matter of taste and of class. There are even trendy waters out there.
You want a nice, crisp, balanced flavor, so no Dasani.
I mean, just wrap your head around that. Trendy water. And of course, that also is gonna come with a huge range of prices. A typical bottle of water today can cost anywhere between 50 cents and $5. So I just gotta know, is it worth it? If you actually drank all the different brands of bottled water blind, could you legitimately tell which one came from a natural spring out in the French Alps and which was bottled by the spigot out back of Coke HQ? Can your palate actually distinguish between different brands of water? And if so, does the more expensive water actually taste any better? Today we're making Stay Hydrated Bot proud by tasting 6 of the major mainstream water options out there back to back to back to back to determine once and for all who is the Baron of the bottle, the Sultan of the still, the leader of the liquid. TLDW, we did a scientific experiment to determine what the best bottled waters are, and I'm gonna tell you right now, the differences were moist and critical. So to do this, the team obviously had to put together a taste test for Steph and I to do, a taste test of water, which in concept is just really stupid.
This is pretty insane. Now that we're sitting here on the couch doing it, it's pretty stupid.
That's what we aim to figure out here today, folks. We're gonna take 6 of the most common brands of bottled water, ranging from expensive top-of-the-line artisanal brands to your cheap everyday options that you'd find in most vending machines, and then Steph and I are gonna conduct a blind taste test to see if these fancy brands, pardon the pun, hold any water. It's also worth noting that we did this experiment using room temperature water, not because we forgot to make room in our fridge, but because that'll help make sure that we're truly able to taste all the subtle differences in the water. Believe it or not, but temperature actually matters a lot when you're talking about the flavor of stuff like water. Cold water actually suppresses your taste buds. And for this experiment, we didn't want to hinder our ability to taste the minerals and slight differences of flavor. With that said, do Steph and I have the most refined aquatic palates, or are our taste buds all washed up? Let's dive in.
All right.
That's Matthew picking his teeth.
That is me picking my teeth. So I'll switch it around later when I'm enveloping myself in the bouquet of these various waters. So Santi, take us through the experiment.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Well, really wish I hadn't heard that, first of all. Second of all, in this first round, you have 6 different brands of water in the cups in front of you.
Yes.
You don't know the brand. What you'll be doing is drinking from each cup, figuring out if you can taste any differences and if you even have a favorite out of these, and then you'll be ordering them from right to left, from cheapest to most expensivest. Then at the end of the round, we'll tell you how close you got, and there will be another round after this, which we'll explain when we get there.
So we're tasting the richness of the water.
Sure.
The thing is, there are no wrong answers here, Stephanie. This is a water taste test. You are responding to what your palate is telling you.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna put them in any old order because I don't think I'll be able to know.
There's no competition here. This is a welcoming space.
All right, let's do it.
Santi, how are you gonna respond to everyone's comments on this experimental design when everyone's like, they're in different colors, and so the colors are gonna affect the way you perceive the flavor?
So, they are wrong.
I'll treat to that. Down the hatch, everyone.
Oh, cheers. I don't know, it tastes like water.
Smells okay.
Smelling water.
I don't know if this is true or not. This is the flavor that I don't like about Aquafina, or like this is the sort of thing that I don't like about Aquafina. It's been a long
Slightly
time.
cucumbery on the front. Don't think I care for that one as much, but like I still don't care strongly.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Blue, the color of water.
Still no smell, but I'm going to continue to do this the whole time.
It's mellow all throughout.
It's mellow, right? No, somehow that's a descriptor.
Right?
It's smooth.
Purple.
This one has a pretty like sharp, bitter flavor up front, actually.
It's like plasticky.
For water, I don't know. Is it possible that I'm going to make myself sick by drinking all this water? My stomach is like, why are you so hydrated right now? That's not normal.
Okay, orange. Oh, yeah. No, actually, this is really bad. It's very metallic.
I don't like it.
Yeah, this is really bad. Okay, here we go. I feel like I need to clean my palate every time, but it's all water.
Oh, no, this
is really bad. Okay, here we go. I feel like
water. My stomach is like, why are you so hydrated right now? That's not normal.
Okay, orange. Oh, yeah. No, actually, this is really bad. It's very metallic.
I don't like it.
Yeah, this is really bad. Okay, here we go. I feel like I need to clean my palate every time, but it's all water.
Oh, no, this will clean your palate.
Ooh, that is nice.
Yeah,
There's
nothing in
nice.
this.
This is
I
nice
think
water.
there's nothing in this.
I taste wet. I remember when Fiji water at least first hit the market, or I first became aware of it in high school. There was a kid in my choir who would only drink Fiji water because it was the purest of the waters, and he insisted on it. He insisted on it so completely that it was this pure, unadulterated water that he would open the bottle and then pour it into his. He would not let his lips touch the bottle. He would pour it into his mouth so that way he would not taint the purity of this water.
On the left, the cheapest water, you both got correct with Aquafina. The next one you both also got correct, and that is Dasani in the orange.
Huh.
You started off strong, but the third one is actually the red with the star, and the brand is Evian.
Really?
Oh,
Yep.
no. We have bougie taste.
The next one up is purple, and Smart Water is the brand in there.
We did.
So Stephanie, you actually got that correct.
Oh, yeah. Wait, no, I thought blue was smart water. I want to take this victory, but
You were half right because you did put it fourth in your lineup.
okay.
And then the final two, we have Fiji in the blue and Voss in the green.
Good
I
job
could
with
look at-
Fiji. You
I
called
called
that
the Fiji.
one.
I biffed it on Aquafina hard.
So Voss, on average, comes in at about $16.99 for a six-pack.
Oh, wow.
For water?
Fiji actually comes in at $15.99. Smart Water at $12.99. Evian at about $12 flat, $11.99. And Dasani at $3.79 for a six-pack. And Aquafina for $3.29. So both of the bottom range are in the $3.
Wow. Huh. This is making me rethink a lot of stuff. I'm also mending my relationship with Aquafina.
It
No.
seems like it. You
There's-
guys have come to terms with each other.
There's healing that's happening here in this moment.
Three things quickly became clear from that first round of tasting. One, that different bottled waters clearly have different flavors that you can taste. Two, that you can taste a bit of the price difference between those waters. That's how Steph and I were able to roughly predict the prices that were on the higher range of things versus the lower range. And finally, three, Steph and I clearly had some favorites that immediately stood out from the pack.
Ooh, that is nice.
On the other side of the spectrum, Dasani.
I don't know if this is the least expensive, but it is by far the worst tasting.
But why did we have such a polarizing take across these two specifically? Well, Evian's water is what's known as natural spring water, which, while it certainly sounds like some corporate gobbledygook, it actually has itself an official definition. The makers, or should I say bottlers, of Evian are in the business of keeping the water in as natural a state as possible. So, when it snows on the mountaintops above the French town of Evian-les-Bains, it starts to melt and seep down into the ground, flowing downwards towards the base of the slopes. As it flows, it picks up all sorts of natural minerals and electrolytes, like calcium, magnesium, and bicarbonates. These mineralized waters eventually flow into a stream outside the town where they're more or less bottled at the source, and then shipped to hotel refrigerators the world over. So really, there is some substance for why this water is so much better than some of the other contenders. They didn't just call it Evian because it was naive spelled backwards. Millennial me actually blames the movie Reality Bites for popularizing that theory. That food theory.
Evian is naive spelled
backwards.
In reality, Evian is just named after the town where the water comes from. Dasani, meanwhile, is a little bit less elegant, shall we say. Dasani, which is owned by Coca-Cola, buys up any sort of lake or stream out there and is like, yeah, it's mostly clean. Of course, those waters are not mostly clean, especially when compared to the pure spring water of Evian. If they tried to just bottle that water, it would end up tasting worse than Coke Starlight.
Tastes like dirt.
So instead, they need to go in and do several rounds of filtering. This isn't the natural sort of filtering that's happening in the French Alps, though. They use their industrial might to filter everything out of the water. And I do mean everything. What they're left with is basically pure water. Now, that sounds like it should make it even more of a pure flavor than Evian, but that's not actually a good thing. It turns out the purer the water, the more bland the flavor. Might be good enough for Aquafina, but not for the likes of Daddy Coke. Coke is in the business of making things taste good, so they add a bunch of minerals in artificially so it tastes like what people expect water to taste like. But to Steph and I in this blind comparison, all the extra effort they put in to make the water taste better just made it taste more like backwash. Turns out the process of removing all the sweet minerals and then artificially trying to ram them back in just doesn't sit well with the two of us. But at this point, Steph and I were feeling pretty darn confident we could sniff out, or rather taste out, the best from the rest, which led us into round 2 and our team's not so fun prank.
All right, Santi, hit us up. What do you got in store for us for round 2?
You already know the brands, you know the general price range. What you're going to do now, you're going to go through, taste every single cup again, and see if you can guess the order of price.
So basically redo what we just did, but having the knowledge of what everything is. So I think my strategy here is knock out the ones that I feel like I should be able to identify,
Exactly.
right? It's making me second guess everything.
I'm doing eyes closed. I have to go slower.
I know, right? We're rushing
Hold
through
on,
it now.
yeah, okay.
All of a sudden, we're like, we gotta go, we gotta go, we gotta go.
They're like, I'm gonna get it right now. Let's be methodical. Start here.
Yes. I don't really taste anything with this one. So it's either Fiji or Evian.
All right, what's next? Green?
Green.
How are you not swallowing so much air?
I know how to consume beverages. I'm the sewer, Stephanie. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles live within me.
What is going on?
I don't taste
anything here either.
Santi's pulling a mind game on us.
Are these all the same? These are not different waters.
They have to be. The previous experiment, there was distinctive differences. This one does not have that. And also different textures.
So, this is where I'm going to cut in and say, this was in fact a placebo round. These are all the same water.
I like that I'm still drinking them just to prove the point. I didn't say final answer.
For the reveal, every single one of these was...
Deer Park!
Deer Park!
A new contender enters the field.
Was this in the last round?
No,
it was
he was
not. That's why I couldn't place any of them.
Right?
You shysters.
Santi thought he was gonna be slick. He was gonna play some mind games, trick us into drinking the same water 6 times. But it's gonna take a lot more than party tricks to pull a prank on the Patricks. But what that showed us was that the flavor differences weren't just happening in our mind. We were actively tasting them on our tongue. So with that little control test out of the way, it was time to move on to our final round.
Round number 3, I'm assuming based on the fact that you have exposed the brands to us and that we're presented with another round of 6 cups, we're gonna match. Are we playing a game of matchy match here?
So what you're gonna do is, now knowing how each brand kind of tastes, see if that factors into your decision making here. So you'll be tasting every one and try to order them in the correct order.
Okay.
Yeah, I think this is still Aquafina.
You think so? I know you're going off of the bubbles.
No, I'm going off of the aftertaste too. Like,
Are you?
Feel it in your mouth. Metallic-y, minerally.
I'm not 100% sold on, but we'll say yes.
I won't lock you in at the moment.
you're
it's
fine.
okay. You don't have to commit.
Star. Fiji.
Oh, yeah.
It's so smooth.
It's sweet too.
Mm-hmm. It's like thick water.
Yeah.
Thick water, like double C thick.
Yep.
So smooth, so buttery. It's really good.
It's really nice.
It's really nice. Purple?
Boop. Boss.
It's not. Really? I'm not getting a whole lot of flavor in it.
I'm getting a lot of flavor on my tongue.
Man, should I have not taken a bite of that sandwich in between takes?
I'm gonna tentatively assign this to Smart Water, but I'm not sure yet.
Shoot, and meanwhile, I think it's Evian, but also I need to get rid of the flavor on my tongue apparently now. Oh, sorry. Agreed.
Here, drink some water. Oh, but there's a flavor on the front. I think that might have been the Dasani with the like front end, but it's clean on the back end.
Sorry, I'm desperately trying to clean my tongue
Do
off.
you know what I mean? Or is that the one I hated? Which I think... Are we experiencing some taste bud fatigue here?
I do wonder that. Is there a world where we are experiencing taste bud fatigue? Because there is a world where you just have like so much.
No.
Oh, I felt this one.
There's a taste on this one, on the orange one.
Yes. And it's a front taste, not a back taste.
Right, exactly.
Which means...
The back finish is smooth. I'm pretty locked on these 3, right? So Aquafina, the bubbly one with the backhand flavor with like the aftertaste, done. Evian, I think is clearly here in the middle. I think it's the blue one. We're very clear on Fiji. I can do this. I can do this. I'm so confused now. And we have very similar opinions about all these waters, so it makes sense that I think our opinions would line up here as well. This feels like a lot of pressure for something that is so inconsequential.
Aquafina, you're both correct. Woo! Following with Dasani, which was in the green cup.
Yeah!
Evian up next, the blue cup.
Woo! Come on!
Smart Water, orange cup.
Yes! Yes!
Fiji, it was in the purple cup.
Are you kidding me?
No!
No way, are you kidding me?
Yep, Fiji was in the purple and Voss was in the red star.
Left
We were
it
talking,
there.
and we didn't bother to double check it. Oh, and we even said it too. We said it was sweet, and Fiji has no flavor. We had I need to think back to Steve. Steve from high school, who didn't want to taint the non-flavor with his lips. Oh, what fools we've been. Hubris. Oh, we were Icarus and we flew too close to the sun.
What was Santi saying about water poisoning?
That you'll probably be fine. Don't quote me, I'm not a doctor.
Not medical, hashtag not medical advice. I'm proud of you for opening your mind and your palate to the wide, diverse flavors of water.
Thanks. It's been a journey for me. I feel like I've come a long way. I developed an opinion in an area where I was very happy to not have one before, unfortunately. But I am much better educated to pick between water when I need to buy bottled water. I'm very excited about it.
Right? This is great. Yeah, so next time anyone says to you, like, oh, bottled water will taste the same, certainly not.
No, not even close.
Not even close. Not even for a second. What's your favorite across the board now?
The Fiji water and I guess the Voss are also favorite.
Yeah? I think for me, Evian and Fiji, down.
If you're going for like whatever, a mid-tier, which is still a pretty expensive water, but mid-tier in this test, Evian I think would be the most economical but still really good flavor solution.
Right.
Oh, Steve! Why didn't I listen to you? And why do I suddenly care so much about water? Anyway, from our experiments, we definitively concluded that yes, you can in fact taste the designer waters from the duds, which honestly came as a pretty huge surprise to both of us. I was getting my, it's all just water takes locked and loaded, but I guess the joke's on me. Why though? If the difference in flavor doesn't just come down to marketing hype, then what's going on here? Well, after I came back from the experiment, I started digging deep underground. I wanted to see what makes expensive water taste so special, and then I realized it's actually the ground. As I mentioned earlier, more expensive brands like Evian take supposedly pure sources of water, like those on freshly fallen snow caps, and then lets them flow along and through the ground until they're packaged up for people like us to buy. The other luxury brands, yeah, they pretty much do the exact same thing. While Evian comes from the French Alps, Voss comes from an isolated stream in the south of Norway, and Fiji, well, it comes from Fiji. Pretty self-explanatory. And actually, it's probably the coolest water that we looked into. Fiji water, instead of flowing through a silly little mountain, actually is naturally filtered through a frickin' volcano. Yeah, they should just put a giant volcano on the bottle and embrace how awesome that is. Jokes aside though, it's the volcanic rock that actually makes the water have, quote, twice the amount of electrolytes as other waters, and it also gives it that smooth flavor. But then, how do rocks add flavor and smoothness? Well, imagine the volcanic rock is kind of like a sponge. A very hard sponge that was once liquid hot magma.
Liquid hot magma.
And has since cooled down into porous rock. The pores in the stone increase the surface area where a biofilm can develop. Essentially, a biofilm is an accumulation of microbes or microorganisms that act as a bouncer for the water flowing through, keeping all the gross sediment and bacteria out while letting the good minerals right into the VIP section. Then the water just sits there in an untouched chamber of volcanic rock, a chamber that limits any other contaminants and retains the important stuff for that pure mouthfeel. Honestly, when you think about it and hear it put this way, kind of makes sense why it's so expensive, which is a thing I thought I would never say about bottled water, but here kind of makes sense. As for all the cheaper brands, since they don't have access to, a volcano or a mountain, these pure unadulterated sources of water, they just grab fresh water from wherever they're located. They then have to filter out all the nasty bits, and if they're like Smart Water and Dasani, both Coke brands, incidentally, they re-add some of those tasty minerals back into the water to give it a consistent flavor. Consistent, yes. Tasty, not 100% sure about that anymore. All in all, the cheaper brands are so affordable because they're not just taking water from one super rare, important, pure source and shipping it around the world for us to enjoy. Since they filter the water to oblivion, it doesn't really matter where they get the water from. So anywhere you can get access to a stream can be new ground zero for a water brand, which is why I tend to think that we see so many water bottle brands that are region specific, like our Deer Park here in the Southeast, or the Northeast's Poland Spring. All you need is a source of water, a way to filter it, and a dream. So what does this all mean for you and me? If expensive water is really better tasting, does that mean that I'm gonna suddenly smash my piggy bank to get the best culinary experience for my water? Either way, the answer is no, probably not. These premier waters do taste better, but that comes with such a hefty price tag. I am perfectly fine with fresh water out of the tap, or, you know, mildly filtered chilled water out of the refrigerator. Would I recommend that you go out and buy a supermarket-sized package of Fiji water for your fridge, or start putting Voss in water coolers for your Little League games? No, of course not. Remember, chilled water actually covers up a lot of sins across the board. But, you know, if you're at the airport and you're gonna need to buy a bottle of water for your long-haul flight across the pond anyway, and be massively overcharged in the process, it might make sense to splurge for that buttery mouthfeel of Fiji's volcano water. Your taste buds will thank you. But hey, that's just a theory. A food theory. Bottoms up.
Or, you know, you could avoid all of the plastic waste that came out of this episode with one simple solution, and that is Air Up, a reusable plastic bottle that can flavor your water basically any way that you want to. Simple as this. Boom. Pop off the top, fill it with normal tap water, refrigerator water, what have you. There, fill it up, plain water. The secret ingredient, the flavor pods, right? Just a scent. Right there. You are delicious, Flavor Pod. I know. I'm about to change your world. I know you are, Flavor Pod. I know. Get ready. So watch this. If I want that just normal water flavor, boom, and push it down. Smooth, simple. It just tastes like water. Wow, filtered water. Tastes like nothing. Filtered. Amazing. But you pop it up, suddenly it activates. The scent is permeating. And so as you drink, you get this little bubbling solution as you drink it in. You have some air getting mixed in. It creates this little bubbling solution as it goes through the straw and into your mouth. In those bubbles, you get that scent mixed in there, which is tricking your mind into thinking that this is flavored without any artificial sugars, without any artificial flavors, nothing. It is all based on brain chemistry. Some might call it magic, but you know what? I don't. I call it science. Delicious. So in this case, I've gone with a raspberry lemon, which is delicious. It reminds me of summer. It's like a delightful spa water. I imagine myself lounging on the beaches of Mexico with a little lemon on my water glass, sweltering in the sun, and I'm like, oh, I'm sunning. When I want to be done with my beach vacation in Mexico, I simply toss it to the person off screen who catches it and then tosses me a new flavor. And misses my hand entirely. Oh, you gave me the wild bit. You gave me the good stuff. Oh, that's the business. Save the environment, help save your taste buds, and stay hydrated along the way with Air Up. Thanks for sponsoring this episode, Air Up, and our year's worth of content. You've been a great partner to us.
So if you want to join me in pretending you're on the beach or in the clubhouse, then click the link down in the description below and use the code MATPAT, M-A-T-P-A-T, to receive 15% off site-wide. That way you can purchase your own bottle and flavor packets. Thank you, Air Up, again for being such an awesome sponsor for us throughout the entirety of this year. And as always, my friends, I'll see you next week.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Let's Game It Out. I am Josh, and today we are checking out Smartphone Tycoon. Oh man, look at all this corporate intrigue. We got the conference table with the floor-to-ceiling glass pens. Is that the Bible? So just like any simulator game, let's go ahead and see if we can play this as wrong as possible. Company name, the NSA. Wow, our office is really small. I don't know how we're supposed to make some smartphones here. In just the small time we've been talking, look at the days just clicking by there. No time like the present. Create smartphone. You have no employees. Ugh. Okay, fine. Employees. Here we go. Okay, let's try to handle this objectively, okay? Charles Fisher, you are intolerable to look at. You are 25 years old. When you're 25, I'm sorry. I don't think you have 6 years experience. How are you a 10 out of 10 rating if your design credibility is so low and your technology is also low? What else do we got in this pile? Oh God, is this guy's picture literally during like the color run? Okay, what sense does this make? This guy is 26. He has less experience, less good of a rating, and he wants $9,000 a month. Our 10 out of 10 dude wants $3,500 a month. Doreen, 1 year experience, $13,000? Okay, your technology is really high though. I'm gonna consider you a maybe. Oh my God, Helen, $14,000 a month? Seriously, is there anyone in this entire stack that is not in their 20s? Okay, look though, just despite the 4 out of 10 rating, I am intrigued by the 9 years experience and not being in your 20s. I think we're gonna go with Francis for one simple reason. How am I supposed to say no to $990 a month? Come here, you. Approved. We're gonna pick up May because May's got that design experience. Done. Okay. I'm certain between me and these two soulless individuals, we have a great chance of producing the world's best smartphone. Can we create a smartphone now? Smartphone name, the Eavesdropper. Oh my God. Really? This is as wide as it gets. Well, let's just set these all to the max. Yeah, there you go. There you go. The lock button positioning. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, there we go. So the power button's over here on the left. Volume buttons are here on the right. Way at the bottom of the phone. Let's go ahead and make this phone, is there like a barf color we can make this phone? I feel like that's serviceable for a phone you don't want to buy. Now we're gonna put a logo on this bad boy. Let's try to make this look almost like a stain. We'll put that right up there. Put a fingerprint thing right there on the back. Oh yeah, look at that gross line at the bottom there for no reason. Just like Iron Man's jaw. Okay, now we're gonna make it in, look at all these things I can't do yet. We'll get there though. Okay, we're gonna make it the stunning resolution of 480 by 800. Can I put this thing anywhere? Well, let's put that right there. The old Infel. Okay, so we could do that, or we could do the Nvidia or the Qualcomm. They're really not even trying. Okay, now let's mark it up so it is now a $1,600 phone. Create that bad boy. Wow, do you see these people? You can see their souls leaving their body and contributing to my design, technology, and bugs. So I'm not sure what any of this means. I think if we go down here to the bottom right, click this little button. Yeah, so we can unlock all kinds of new stuff here. So hopefully we can get new research points really fast. How can these two possibly be feeling? Like, yeah, the two of us, we're totally gonna make this smartphone. Okay, I found the monthly expenses here. Why is our office $250,000? I don't get it. Is this like on the space station? Why is this so expensive? There you go. Yeah, kill those bugs. Yeah, get rid of them. Yeah, squash those bugs. There we go. It's complete. Let's see. There's a bunch of numbers that I'm having trouble really understanding. I believe we're gonna make 60,000 of the eavesdroppers, so let's do it. Ooh, we got some feedback. The screen resolution is terrible. I hope the company will be creating such smartphones more often. Very good. Too small amount of RAM. You can all go to hell, each and every one of you. Well, would you look at that? Look how many copies we're selling over there. Look how insanely, hilariously cash positive we're becoming. I love the idea that we've sold like 30,000 of these phones and we only have 460 people on social media. Why do I even need to do anything else? Like, we just made $50 million making that phone. Oh God, did we run out of phones? Can I just keep making the world's crappiest phones until I have like a ton of money? Intentionally garbage. We're not gonna touch a single thing. I am, however, gonna leave the camera right there. That's a signature of my brand. We're gonna make nothing on this phone good. It's not even getting a headphone jack for no reason whatsoever. But it's only 200 bucks, this phone. Like, it costs 201 to make, right? If we do that, then the sale price is $1,100. All right, you guys. Once again, I don't really understand what the hell these things mean, but you know, just keep filling them. The phone's ready for completion. How many copies do I want to create? Okay, I understand now. We're gonna make 484,000 of these phones. It's gonna cost us $97 million. No one likes it, and you know what? I don't care. Look at them flying off the shelf. We've way more than doubled our money selling the world's crappiest phone. You know what the best part about all of this is, by the way? That dude there still only makes $990 a month. Okay, well now that we have over $500 million, why stop there? Customers are stupid. And then we're gonna give them literally the same phone. And just to speed this up, now that I realize I can afford anything and everything, oh my god, look how many more applicants there are now. Let's see, who is the cheapest? Oh, now obviously this is a bug, right? But can I hire this person? Oh yeah. Oh my god, there's another one. Hire him. Man, I hope they can do something. I know that they're all zeros, but wouldn't that be great? Did I just hire free labor? There they are, working hard. They don't appear to be doing much. It's almost like I brought in 2 mannequins and just put them there and it was like, here's your new coworkers. Oh cool, they're finally contributing. Look at that. Now they're helping squash bugs. And now my favorite part, when it asks me how many copies I want to make, and I'm like, 2.1 million copies. It looks like we exceeded expectations again. Having sold the world's crappiest, unimpressive smartphone called Customers Are Stupid, we have turned a profit of over $700 million. We made 1.5 billion off that phone. That doesn't even make sense. Don't buy this crap. So I think the idea is as these little spheres fly out, that's how cool and designed your phone is. But what I'm realizing is I think at this current stage of this game, none of that stuff really factors into it because I've been selling the same crappy budget smartphone over and over again. It still just sells out no matter how many I make. We started our humble little company with just 2 employees and and a relaxed 50 million, and we now currently sit at 4.7 billion, although that's about to change. We're gonna upgrade our office. Do we just click it? Is that all we do? Research it. Okay, what did that do? Office update. Do you really want to update the office? The new office will cost $1 million? Pff, of course. Oh, okay. How much is it this time? Only 5 million? Dude, until the office is like $100 billion to upgrade. Oh yeah, would you look at that? We're just gonna keep upgrading the office now. It's only gonna cost a cool 10 million. Am I like tearing down and rebuilding the office from scratch? I love watching this too because like everyone gets to pick their new seats over and over and over again. Upgrade again. 25 million, of course. All I see are 4 friends drifting further and further apart. This has all been during the production of one phone. Touching this phone makes you blind. Man, the office is getting so big, I was having trouble even finding all 4 employees. Currently sitting at $60 billion. In fact, if we bring up the rankings here, there we are, there's the NSA. We're catching up to some of the bigger players like HOLLiWOOD, Apple, and Samsung. 392 billion. We're gonna be there in like 2 crappy phones from now. Okay, with our operating budget of 80 billion after the last phone, we're gonna use some of our resources to upgrade the office again. Wow, this one looks considerably worse than the last one, but who am I to judge? Yeah, look at all that, huh? Look at that. Everyone's getting smaller. Here we go, final one. Look at that office there. Do you see this? There's actually nobody in the office. You know who's bug squashing? No one. The computers themselves are doing it. And you know what? I think it's time for us to staff up. We don't even have to be picky anymore. Let's just hire everybody. Hired. So pretty much at this point, the criteria for getting hired, like the hiring process, whatever order the stack of resumes was put on my desk. Just the first 40 people or whatever just get approved. Everyone else doesn't get a chance. Oh, good. They don't get reflected in this office. Is everybody just work from home? Is that what the deal is? All right, new phone, full crew. Let's see how fast this goes. Whoa, look at that. Uh-oh. That's the power from a full work from home office. I gotta be honest, I'm not sure what this gets me. Like, sure, the tech and the design are better, I guess. We're getting there, 181 billion. They too are climbing though. They are trying to stay on top. I also noticed our fans appear to be capped. Let's research our radio ads. That's gonna do it. Yeah, research all of these. I also noticed that the year doesn't work. It's perpetually 2019. When it gets to the end of 2019, it just kind of starts back over. Okay, phone has been made. We're gonna make 780 million of them. Well, it looks like you, the phone has done really well for us. Sitting at a cool 728 billion. Where does that place us as a market leader? Oh, look at that. We went... Sky's the limit for the NSA. Unlimited budget. Look at that. Samsung and Apple just can't keep up. Oh, wow. I didn't realize we could do stuff with marketing here. You just click this and you buy it? Is that how this works? Even though that's not what we needed for our tiny grassroots operation, we were doing just fine with our operating budget of more money than the planet has. Let's see. We got ourselves some research points now, 495. So let's just go down the list and get all that. Oh my God, look at this. You can create your own operating system? Data Harvester 9000. Oh boy, I'm so excited for our own wait, what is that supposed to do? Wait, what is happening? I don't know what that did, because now there's a button on top of another button, and there's just pluses and things flying everywhere. What did I do? Oh my God, look at this. I can upgrade my OS with money? Yeah. Version 1. Go to hell. I honestly honestly don't know what that even did. I can tell you that this last phone has done pretty well for us now that we have an operating budget of $2.6 trillion. Upgrade the OS again. We're now making more phones than there are people. Oh, I get it. They're trying to research this thing because it won't even let me make a new phone while this is happening. Like if I try, the guy pops out and he's like, "Nuh-uh, dude, we're trying to make the OS still." Like this game is actually closer to like a clicker game than it is a simulator. Marketing only. Research all the marketing. According to Google, by the way, there's like, 7.4 billion people on the planet or so. And we just sold like 5 times that. Like everybody is walking around like a crazy business person with like a phone in each hand and assistants holding the other phones, but they would also need assistants to hold their phones. Look at this. We are gonna make 848 billion phones. I've been sitting here hammering away at the fans here, and I can safely say that we are we are rapidly approaching. Perhaps we will have everybody on the planet be a fan. Again, I don't think it matters. This number isn't even updating anymore. Well, we did it. We made $1 quadrillion. So we pretty much have 2 final things on the agenda here. I think we've sufficiently proven there's no end in sight. We're just gonna be quadrillionaires forever. But I got 2 big questions now. How much money is it gonna show we have before it just gives up? But after that, then we're gonna develop our dream phone. Here we go. Bring this up to 80% of the budget so we can make 33 trillion phones. Okay, we're about to hit 10 quadrillion. Okay, we hit 10 quadrillion. I've been staring at this screen for so long that I forgot how creepy it is. That I basically am God staring down at an empty building. What's this? Do you want to hold a presentation of the smartphone? You're stupid if you buy this phone. The presentation will cost you $1 million. $1 million? $1 million is like a fraction of pocket change at this point. Of course that's fine. Oh my God, what is this? it's like an Apple style presentation. Welcome. The NSA presents a brand new smartphone, which is going to revolutionize the industry of mobile technologies. This is You're Stupid If You Buy This Phone. There it is, the same piece of crap you've been buying year after year. Oh, look at look at those 6 statistics. Crappy camera. Terrible resolution. World price. This number. Can you imagine being in the crowd for this? And then it made you sit here and watch a number count up for like 30 seconds. $1,117. Look at You're stupid if you buy this phone. We soundly passed the 100 quadrillion barrier. I think we broke the game at this point. No matter how many times I move the slide around, the number of copies doesn't change. It's just 981 trillion forever. Okay, 600 quadrillion, 700 quadrillion, 800 quadrillion, 900 quadrillion. Okay, the game just bottomed out at $993 quadrillion. So we found the upper limit. That's it. Okay, it's time for us to create the ultimate maximum width, maximum height, old style Android buttons, smallest screen you can have, bulky shoulders, sharp angles, weird looking angular screen, lock button in a place you don't want it, volume buttons also in a place you don't want them. We're gonna make it Razer headphone green. Oh yeah, there we go, logo in some gross place, marking also in some gross place, overlapping the things to make you feel uncomfortable, fingerprint scanner on the back, positioned way at the bottom of the screen where you can't really use it, HD Super AMOLED blah blah blah, camera 16 megapixel. In fact, we liked cameras so much, we put on 4X cameras, and we put them right where you want them, kind of covering both logos and not quite centered. And we even put 2 cameras on the front, so there's just cameras everywhere. The best Intel processor, the most RAM, not my own OS, because for some reason I never figured out how to turn that on. The best battery, whatever all this is. $878 to make it. Can I mark that up still? Yeah, I can. Oh, it's a $1,900 phone? Yeah. You know what kind of occurred to me at this point? While we have our $993 quadrillion, there's still some dude who is technically like a founding member of the company. Like ground floor employee has been with me since the beginning, still making $990 a month. Welcome, yeah, the phone, yeah, we were, yeah. This is the ultimate phone. It's got it's got 5 batteries. I think what they mean is it's got a good battery. And it's available for the rock bottom price. Okay, I just sat here. It took 45 seconds to count up to that. The ultimate phone! Yeah, get it, even though the edging's a little bit off and it looks terrible. Really? Really? Still an average rating of 6. I made you guys the ultimate phone. It had like 19 cameras on the back for all that spying that the NSA is gonna do. So I think we've done all the damage we can here. Most number indicators on the screen aren't really working anymore. We've created a beautiful ghost house full of no workers. Actually, as my final duty, I think it's time we properly reward Francis for his amazing work at $9.90 a month. Sir, you deserve a big bonus. So I'm gonna do something for you I should have done a long time ago. Fire you. So that's gonna do it for this episode of Let's Game It Out. As always, I am Josh. Thank you so much for joining me, and I will see you next time.
Gather round, boys and ghouls, for a terrifying tale. On Halloween night, when the streets are filled with witches and ghosts, princesses, probably a Thor or two, and whatever Fortnite character is currently relevant. Don't really care about that one anymore. Something much scarier will be happening behind closed doors. You see, your neighbors are hiding a horrible secret from you this Halloween. They don't want you to find out, but I know what they're up to. And all of it is revealed by this, their candy. Let's just say, don't trust your neighbors. Viewer beware, you're in for a scare. Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, the cool house on the block that gives away the full-sized candy bars. It's that time of year, my friends. There's a chill in the air, the leaves are changing color, your favorite YouTuber has suddenly decided it's cool to upload again because Q4 CPMs are up. That's right, it's Halloween. Store shelves filled with bags of bulk candy as trick-or-treating returns to a post-pandemic world. And every time Spooky Month comes up, the internet's filled with all sorts of listicles and infographics reporting on the year's most popular Halloween candy. Usually it's broken down state by state so you can see how different parts of the country compare. And let me tell you, I cannot get enough of these sorts of charts. Like this map right here from candystore.com, which looks at bulk candy sales and breaks down the top 3 finishers for the entire US. It just feeds my natural instinct to look for patterns and ask questions like, why? Why are there so many states that have hot tamales as their #1 candy? Seriously, hurt you? I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong here. Please let me know down in the comments section if hot tamale lover describes you or anyone you know, cause I don't think I've ever met someone who's had more than like 1 or 2 of these little cinnamon pills in their life, let alone would put them in their top 10 candies. What is going on there in Minnesota, North Dakota, Nevada, and Virginia? Or how about this one? Swedish fish only appears 1 time across the entire 50-state map, in Georgia, of all places. Why such a strong showing in that one specific area and nowhere else? There's so much delicious data to dig into here, but what I want to know is the story behind the numbers, the why of it. And once I started digging, I unearthed some uncomfortable facts about human nature. Nope, that is not an exaggeration. It pains me to tell you this, but your neighbor, yeah, they secretly hate your kids. And I know it thanks to an analysis of popular Halloween candies. Well, there were certainly some findings here that were shocking. There were also some things that made immediate sense. Take, for instance, the fact that Pennsylvania's favorite Halloween confection are Hershey's mini bars. If it's not immediately obvious to you why that would be the case, may I direct your attention to the town of Hershey, Pennsylvania. Just look at this photo taken at the intersection of Chocolate Avenue and Cocoa Avenue. Nope, your eyes are not deceiving you. Those are indeed Hershey kiss-shaped lamps. This isn't just some tourism gimmick either. The Hershey company's corporate headquarters is just a short drive away. The entire reason the 13,000 person community of Hershey, PA is on the map in the first place is because this is where all the workers settled. Here, you can get yourself a chocolate massage at the chocolate spa or ride the roller coaster
candemonium in Hershey Park. And Hershey's influence in the state goes well beyond the boundaries of just this one town. Out of 6 Hershey plants in the United States, 4 of them are located in Pennsylvania. Also, side note, notice that I didn't call Hershey a city, because it's not. It's actually a town or a community. You see, Hershey was started as a company town, where practically all stores and housing were owned by the one central company. In Hershey, the company controlled the housing, churches, parks, public transit, theater, swimming pool, but because it's unincorporated, they don't have themselves a local government. All stories probably best saved for another day. Anyway, just because Hershey's is the main game in town, that doesn't mean that it's the only game in town. Drive just 10 miles south of Hershey and you'll arrive in Elizabethtown, home to the Mars Chocolate Factory, which manufactures Dove, Three Musketeers, Milky Way, and of course their most famous candy, the M&M, which, go figure, ranks number 2 among Pennsylvanians. Like I said, some trends are easy to explain. That kind of location-based loyalty got me wondering if it might be a possible explanation for Georgia's Swedish fish affinity. But according to all the research that I've done, the Swedish fish that get shipped around North America all come from a factory in Ontario, Canada. So if it's not location-based loyalty, what is the reason? Well, I started by looking backward for the first date that Swedish fish weren't in the #1 position for Georgia. That took me back to 2019. At the time, Georgia was more of a Jolly Rancher state. So what changed to put the gummy groupers into the top spot? I suspect it might all be because of one man's unintentional public relations campaign. You see, in November of 2019, so after the Halloween 2019 data was in the books, a University of Georgia football player named Jordan Davis went viral after he was caught munching Swedish fish on the sidelines. This player and this moment got a lot of local news coverage. Apparently it was his favorite candy, so this 336-pound defensive tackle molded it into a core part of his identity as an athlete. Check his Twitter bio and you'll see that he describes himself as 2 things: jersey number 99 and Swedish fish connoisseur. A news segment leading up to the NFL draft earlier this year described him as a man of 2 loves: football and Swedish fish.
That's a perfect catch.
Basically, he's a hometown hero who now plays professional ball. Knowing this, people just shower him with Swedish fish at games. Like this moment in 2021 when a kid on the sidelines handed him a bag. So am I saying that one Georgia footballer #influenced the entire state of Georgia to propel Swedish fish to stardom? Not exactly. The candy was already popular enough to be ranked number 2 back in 2019. But it is interesting that both Swedish fish and Jordan Davis rose together after Halloween 2019. Just saying that the local reporting of him and his candy preferences may have been the thing to push Swedish fish over the edge to lock in the #1 spot for the last couple of years. So that's some local data, but what about the big trends? What were the nationwide patterns in the data? Are hotter states less likely to buy chocolate for fear of it melting? Are states with worse dental records the ones sucking down gummy worms and other chewy, sticky, and sour candies that have been shown to be the worst possible option for your teeth? As it turns out, no. I took all the candy ranking data and added in stats like average household income, dental hygiene scores, obesity, average yearly temperatures, and a few other data points for each state. And then I threw the whole thing into a pivot table. Now, for those of you who don't know, pivot tables are easy ways to slice, mix, and analyze large groups of data to try and find interesting trends. And what I found was nothing. Sure, there were plenty of individual data points that I could cherry pick as evidence to support a theory or another, but looking at the overall picture, there didn't really seem to be any strong correlations. For example, I looked into a state's favorite candy and saw if it had any relation to their dental health records. No correlation. If anything, other factors that we looked at in the data, like poverty rate, seem to do a far better job of predicting dental health. Not surprising, considering that people with low income are far more likely to be without dental insurance. Same story with hot states and chocolate, or states with more kids having a higher ranking for sour flavors. Nothing. No significant correlations no matter how I cross the data. Not only that, but none of my theories could explain completely bizarre trends, like the fact that so many states seem to have a thing for hot tamales. It was in the top 3 candies for 11 states. Not only that, but none of my theories could explain some completely bizarre trends in the data. I mean, I'd expect maybe 1 or 2 as some sort of weird outlier, like Louisiana's #1 pick of lemon heads. But 11 states actively choosing hot tamales? And don't even get me started on candy corn. Fortunately, no state was crazy enough to have candy corn as their #1 Halloween candy of choice, but a whopping 11 had candy corn rankings of 2 or 3. Again, have you or anyone you know ever ranked candy corn as that high amongst your favorites?
Yeah, me. Because they're delicious, okay? Little striped layers of candy goodness. honey or butter toffee or whatever. I haven't really quite pinned the flavor yet. But if you don't like them, leave.
You stay out of this, Aaron Hansen. But seriously, 11 states. That's as many appearances as Reese's Cups. Was I going crazy? What was going on here? And then it hit me. The answer had been staring me in the face the entire time. This data is looking at each state's candy purchases, specifically coming from bulk candy sales in early October in prep for Halloween. This cute little map isn't showing us what candy is the state's favorite. It's showing us what each state's favorite candy is to give away. It's telling us what people are putting in their shopping cart when it's time to buy a giant bag of fun-sized candy to fill the pumpkin-shaped basket that you put out for the neighbors. This explains why certain candies appear so highly in the rankings. I have never once bought hot tamales or candy corn voluntarily, but every Halloween they still seem to show up in my bag of candy because the neighbors are the ones buying them. So what gives? Do adults just have a remarkably poor read on what kinds of candy kids actually like? My friends, the truth is actually much sadder than that. If we look at the candies that are ranking highest in Halloween popularity, and only Halloween popularity, we start to notice a disturbing trend. Since all the data is coming directly from an analysis by CandyStore.com, I decided to look at the rate they're charging for certain candy. I started with the popular choices, the kind of stuff that people are likely to eat year-round, just to establish our baseline. Fun-sized Snicker bars are among the most expensive at $11.93 per pound. Reese's Peanut Butter Cups come out to $11.04. Skittles, $10 a pound, and bulk M&Ms are between $8 and $12 per pound depending on variety. So our baseline is that most popular candy brands are gonna run you between $10 and $12 per pound of candy. Hot tamales, on the other hand, the cinnamon flavored candy that somehow ranked number 1 in 4 different states and ranks top 3 in 8 others, $4.44 a pound. How about Sour Patch Kids, which ranked as number 1 in 7 different states? Well, maybe the reason for that is because you could get Sour Patch Kids in bulk for a mere $5.20 per pound, half the price of the more mainstream candy. And candy corn, that flavored wax masquerading as candy, is the cheapest of them all at a mere $3.80 per pound, 1/3 the cost of the more premium candy brands. And that explains it, my friends. That's why these are the most popular Halloween candies. Outside of Sour Patch Kids, which are pretty darn good and seem to be pricing themselves extra low so they can capture the candy market, nobody in their right mind would pay money for hot tamales or candy corn at a checkout counter for themselves. But if all you're looking to do is do the bare minimum and fill the candy bucket while spending as little money as possible, these are the most rational choices. When you look at the candy purely in terms of how much people are paying for it, the truth is undeniable. This isn't about spreading Halloween cheer, it's about getting the brat off the lawn as quickly and cheaply as possible to ensure that they're not gonna come back to egg the house. If you look at polls asking people what candies they actually like, you'll find that chocolate tops the list. The 5 candies with the highest approval ratings are M&M's, Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, Hershey's Kisses, Kit Kats, and Snickers in that order. Most of these candies did manage to make their way onto the Halloween candy power rankings in one way or another, but one that was shockingly absent from all 50 states, Kit Kats. As soon as I looked at the price, it was immediately clear why. While most premium candy brands are gonna run you between $10 and $12 a pound, Kit Kats were by far the most expensive, a whopping $14.40 a pound, 20% more expensive than the already pricey Snickers. This also explains all the other contradictions in our data, like why we weren't able to establish a clear link between a state's candy rankings and their dental health. It's because the candy that's being bought at Halloween isn't necessarily the candy that's being eaten year-round. Same thing with the temperature trends. Hot states are more than happy to pawn off that melted Butterfinger to the next door kid. Chocolate fingers aren't gonna be their problem after all. In short, if you're looking to min-max Halloween by buying the cheapest sugar available, now you know that you're in good company. Sure, you might not be giving out the favorite candy of the night, but hey, it'll suffice. That said, with Halloween finally fully back this year, consider spreading the spirit of the holidays by giving the people what they really want, M&Ms. Inexpensive, yet popular. Because remember, saving money is one thing, but no one wants to wake up to a lawn full of free toilet paper. But hey, you know what's inexpensive and allows you to eat fresh, healthy, home-cooked meals? Our sponsor for today's episode, HelloFresh. With HelloFresh, you get fresh, pre-portioned ingredients and seasonal recipes delivered straight to your doorstep. When you think about it, it's kind of like reverse trick-or-treating. The food comes to you instead of you going to the food. Let's just say that some of us aren't the most confident in the kitchen.
You ready for some Hello Freshness?
Oh, you can tell I'm ready. I've got my spatula.
Chefs are compensating for something. Those huge spatulas.
Lack of cooking skills. Bigger the spatula, the more insecure in the kitchen. Is this even a spatula? Let us know down in the comments. What is the name of this?
I don't know.
It's not special.
Others can be pretty picky eaters.
This is where we are with food exposures with Ollie. My plate, Matthew's plate, Ollie's plate.
And some of us are cats.
You know who else is ready for this HelloFresh meal?
Well, regardless of who's in the kitchen that night, HelloFresh is gonna have you covered with kid-friendly meals that are picky eater-proof, fit and wholesome meals that are diet-proof, and vegetarian or pescatarian meals that are meat-proof, I guess. Best of all, HelloFresh's meals are done quickly. Fall is our busiest time of year between out-of-town visitors and extra end-of-the-year videos, so there's not a whole lot of time for wasted cooking. But with HelloFresh providing the meals and easy step-by-step instructions, we're able to have food on the table in around 30 minutes. So if you're interested in impressing the family with delicious home-cooked meals this holiday season, without all the hassle of having to plan out the meals and go out and get the ingredients and measure them out and all that stuff, go to HelloFresh.com and use the code FoodTheory65 to get 65% off plus free shipping. Not only are you getting quick, healthy, delicious meals for the holidays, with the money that you save, you're gonna be able to buy some better Halloween candy for the neighborhood kiddos. No more cinnamon pills and fondant corn for the kiddos from this household, my friends. We're going straight for the good stuff. Again, that is HelloFresh.com and use the code FoodTheory65 to get that 65% off plus free shipping. And as always, my friends, remember, that's just a theory. A food theory. Happy Halloween.
Hello, Internet! Welcome to Food Theory, and welcome to the North Carolina State Fair. Now, the State Fair is a tradition all across America, and what is even more iconic than the State Fair is actually the food that you find at the State Fair. Now, there's multiple members of Team Theorist that have never been to a State Fair before, especially this guy right here, Food Theory Creative Director Santi.
Hello.
Santi, why have you never been to a state fair? What are you doing with your life?
Well, so I grew up overseas, and I didn't grow up somewhere that had states. I grew up on a small island, so.
It is hard to have a state fair when you don't have states. That is very true. So today we're subjecting Santi to his first ever state fair, and what better introduction to all wonderful things fair than subjecting him to some of the strangest, scariest foods that the fair has to offer. I hold in my hand deep-fried peanut butter pickles topped with powdered sugar and chocolate sauce. And that is just one of 20 different foods that we're gonna get through by the end of the day today. Our goal, our mission, is to scientifically calculate the single best, scary, weird, fair food that you can get in your local area. How you feel about that, Santi?
Honestly, I'm terrified, especially now seeing all the different foods that we have around us that we're gonna be trying. I don't know how any of these flavors will work.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested in trying them and then seeing why these things might actually work.
So that, my friends, is our goal today. What is the scientifically best fair food for your dollar when you come to the state fair? So wish us luck. I think we have 5 other foods waiting for us at the picnic table over there that the rest of Team Theorist has gathered for round number 1. It's gonna be a weird, interesting breakfast, let me tell you.
For this gut-punching experience, we tested 15 different iconic dishes, starting with round 1 here in a minute. But obviously, we didn't just dive into this one willy-nilly, eating things like Kirby on vacation. No, we had ourselves a rubric by which we were gonna measure every food to determine the scientifically best one. First and foremost, flavor. This one's pretty obvious, but it's not just about whether it tastes good. There are some foods that are so extreme and so out there that you can only get them at the fair. Extra mega bonus points for any times that you were able to merge flavors together that didn't seem like they should go together at all. Second criteria, portability. Am I going to be able to eat this while I'm walking around at the fair? And finally, the third part of the formula, barfability. How badly is this going to make us want to throw up when we hit the spinny, whirly, twirly rides? It is a fair after all, and if you're not going on the pop-up roller coasters with questionable safety regulations, did you really go to the fair in the first place? So, without any further ado, let's just dive into round 1, or in other words, our breakfast. All right, ladies and gentlemen, breakfast is served. We've got whatever this thing is supposed to be.
This is rattlesnake topped with a venom sauce. Whatever that green thing is apparently the venom of the rattlesnake we're gonna be eating.
Is it really the venom, or is that just a branding thing?
I hope to everything that it's not.
The beauty of this episode is I've walked through state fairs for my entire life, and I've always been too scared to try a lot of these extreme foods. Because 1, they sound disgusting, but 2, they're also like expensive. So like, why would I pay for that when I can go, you know, buy like a chicken pita or a steak on a stick instead? So today, we're gonna try out all the things that I've always been too scared to try and see just how good they are. This is chicken?
It looks like it, but
does.
it's actually cookie dough. It's
Oh my, oh. They literally gave us like half the roll of cookie dough. Amazing.
That's dense too.
It has a hefty boy. And then finally, what's this? This looks like a corn dog, but it's clearly not.
Deep fried Snickers.
Oh, deep fried, oh, that's like, I like that of everything in front of us. The deep fried Snickers is the thing that's like the least extreme. I like that this is also arranged like, oh, here's our appetizer of deep fried pickle, followed by the main course of sushi and rattlesnake, and then there's your dessert. So without any further ado, Santi, before this gets cold, really, I want to make sure that we dive into this quickly. Taste, how does it feel in your stomach, and is it gonna make you sick later?
Yeah.
No. Even when she handed it to us, you could tell she was skeptical.
She also made sure not to take accountability for it. She's like, no, the owner made this. I just work here.
I asked her where this came from, because it feels like some sort of like pregnancy fever dream. So for taste, what are you getting it out of 10?
A 5.
Because it is the first thing of the day.
Yeah.
It is a solid 3 for me. Sorry, it's just not working. When it comes to portability, like can I walk around the fair with this?
This is a 1 right now.
Get on it! I gotta say, this is a 7.
What? I'm not gonna be walking around the park.
Do you not know how to lick your face? How did you manhandle your pickle? And then lastly, how sick is this gonna make us when we're on a ride? No, how heavy is it in your stomach?
This is gonna be an 8 for me in heaviness. It has to be for now.
I was gonna say, this is probably a 6. I expect if I had more than just like a bite and a half, it would be probably closer to a 7 or 8. Maybe not the most auspicious start in terms of appetizer, but now, I love sushi. You love sushi?
I love sushi.
Let's take this old honker.
This is from Raleigh Restaurant Bulgogi. They have restaurants and food trucks outside of the fair, and they've already asked us to coat this in barbecue sauce, and then your assignment is to dip it in the aioli for every bite.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to pull back the curtain of this shoot, it is 9 a.m. He seems confused.
I am, but I like it.
Right, it's really good. Okay, as long as you like it. I think this is great. If I didn't know that I have 18 more foods to try of varying degrees of disgusting, I would eat this whole thing immediately. This is fantastic. It's on a stick, and not just a stick, a thematic chopstick. We went from a real low to a real high. In terms of taste, what do you say?
I can't put anything at a 10 yet, but it is gonna be a 9 for me.
Right, I was gonna say, like, this is a 9. Portability.
It's on chopsticks. It's great, and it doesn't fall apart. That's the other thing. It's staying together as we bite into it. 10.
I'd say like 9 again. Probably 10, but like this is about as good as you can get. So let's say 9. And then lastly, how sick is this gonna make you?
I would put this out of how sick it'll make me like a 3.
We should get on the same page about this.
Yes.
So on the sickness scale, is low good or is high good? Because
low is good, high is bad.
You do realize that by doing that, it's making it incredibly complicated. If 10 is good in 2 categories,
Fair
and
enough.
then 10 is
Fair
not
enough.
is
Fine.
the
So this would be a 7.
7.
Yes.
I agreed. I agree.
We'll do that.
I would say 7 passes the roller coaster test.
Yeah.
Really solid. This
Yeah.
is so good. Oh man, I'm already so hyped about this. We are already starting at such a high. This is fantastic. Now, let's move on to, I think, maybe the dark horse of round 1 here, which is the rattlesnake corn dog.
Spoiler alert, it was not the dark horse. It was fine, but it didn't really have the bite that I expected out of rattlesnake.
In terms of taste, I'd say maybe a 3.
I was gonna say a 2.
In terms of portability, easy win.
Corn dog.
I think that's, corn dog, it's on a stick. That's like probably solid 9, just like the sushi roll.
Yeah, I would give it a 9 as well.
And then in terms of making me sick, does it pass the roller coaster test?
I think it does solely on the principle of it being so mild.
Yeah, probably about like a 5.
I would give it a 6.
So with our appetizer and main course out of the way for breakfast, and reminder, this is just breakfast. There are still 15 more foods coming down the pipe and probably coming back up the pipe eventually. We've got ourselves dessert round 1. This is what I initially thought was chicken, but is in reality cookie dough covered in white chocolate with maple bacon. And oh boy, they did not skimp on proportions, let me tell you. The cloudy white goo just slowly blowing in the breeze really gives me a lot of confidence on this one. Oh no, you had me until you lost me. Let me take you on my little flavor journey here. I'm eating cookie dough, and it's publicly acceptable. This is great. It's like a snickerdoodle cookie dough. Delicious, wonderful. And then eventually, my teeth found the bacon, and all of a sudden, my delightful little romp through cookie dough land became an awkward, chewy, gummy, meaty moment, and all the joy and love that I had in my heart for this dish went out the window.
As soon as you bite into it, it's the same thing. I love cookie dough. I was like, oh, okay. But then there are like white chocolate chips in there.
Yeah.
That mixed with the bacon in my mouth was just weird. And there's like a weird bitterness that the bacon gives it. No, none of this.
It is sticky, it is gooey, it is salty and meaty. It is none of the adjectives that you really want while walking around the fair. From a textural standpoint, not great. From a flavor standpoint, not great. If you have like a cookie dough on a stick option near you, just go with the cookie dough. Don't complicate it. This is one of those ones that I think falls into the trap of overcomplicating it for the sake of being like interesting or different.
Absolutely.
In terms of taste,
I'm gonna give it a 3.
I think I liked it a little bit more. I'd bump it up to a 5, but the bacon just brought it down. Portability.
So yes, it's on a stick, but I'm gonna give it a 2 because of how much, the bacon falls down. Look at that white chocolate sauce going all over your hands and the wind everywhere. You're gonna like slap people behind you with it. This is definitely gonna be a 2.
Yeah, this is a 2, because also the cookie dough isn't frozen enough or solid enough to hold its shape, and so it's like sliding all around the stick as I kind of go walk around. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with you, 2. And then lastly, how sick is this gonna make you?
Cookie dough already by itself can make you pretty sick. Gonna give this a 3.
I'm gonna say that's a 4 as well, just because it's lighter, but at the same time, the flavor is not gonna sit well once I'm up there.
Oh boy, we went downhill real fast there. And to be honest, it didn't get much better with the deep fried Snickers bar that we tried last, even though that was an experience for Santi.
I don't know what to expect and I'm scared.
This is it. This is the dream. So shove that dream in your mouth and take a big old bite. Oh. Dude, okay.
I don't want it. I don't like it. Snickers by themselves are already fairly chewy and sticky. But then with the corn dog or with the dough around it, the dough just falls away. Really all I'm eating is Snickers with extra calories.
Welcome to the fair.
I'm gonna give it a 5, because like, it's not bad, but it's also not mind-blowing, it's just Snickers.
In terms of taste, 5 right down the middle. There's nothing special about it, but there's also nothing like inherently bad about it. So I'd give that a 9 in terms of portability. And then last but certainly not least, is that gonna make you sick on a ride?
I would give this a 5 also.
Okay. I was gonna say this is probably a 7 for me just because it's a Snickers bar. It's not particularly big or heavy.
This one right here was the perfect example of how you can definitely have too much of a good thing. Snickers, great. Deep frying stuff, also great. But putting those two together just ruined the texture and flavor for us. What you're left with is just a Snickers bar with a whole lot of extra calories. And that was not what we were looking for at the beginning of a day where we're gonna consume 15 of the most caloric items that we've ever set our eyes to. So with round number 1 done, it was time to hit the first batch of rides to test that all-important barfability factor. But first, Santi and I had to go down a slide like the man-children that we are.
Oh my god, hold on.
Yeah!
God, I'm gonna get caught.
Oh, and spoiler, it is all downhill for Santi after this ride, but you'll just have to keep watching for that one.
2 rides down, our stomachs are starting to feel a little iffy. This one should push it over the edge. Let's see. No cell phones allowed, but what is allowed is third-party camera crews that stand outside, so get a good close-up of the face. I have a very strong stomach, though.
I think after the second round of food is when we'll find some trouble.
The second round. We're a fourth of the way through. A fourth. This was Santi's idea, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he's like, oh, you have a state fair. I want to go to the state fair. Can we do that? I'm like, yeah.
Here's the thing. I know that I can't feel worse than I did after the energy drink GT Live that we did. The game, that was one of the worst moments of my life.
Wow. You say that.
Yeah.
You say that.
It's too early in the day.
It is hour 1.5 at this point. And food's 5.
At this point, I was feeling pretty darn good, but Santi, he was feeling a bit off balance. Oh, you sweet summer child. So with the first round of rides done, it was time to sit back down and have ourselves our much-needed snack.
So here we are, fresh off the rides, and how you feeling, Santi?
I'm feeling it, just a little bit. Like, now that we've had a little bit of time, oh boy.
Yeah, it's interesting. While I was on the ride, I wasn't feeling it, but now that I've had some time to settle off of the rides, I feel a bit uneasy down there. Especially the pickle peanut butter. And I don't know how I can tell that that's the one that I feel, but something in my body is telling me like, oh, that's the one that's doing it right now. That was only the first 5. We got another 6 foods all lined up. Gonna wait for this tractor to go past. Holding for tractor pull. Good luck, sir. Here we are. We got another 6 lined up. Again, broken down for our lunch here. We've got appetizer of hot Cheetos corn. We have a lot of donuts.
This is the donut round.
I'm noticing a lot of donuts here. We've got a donut burger. We've got just teeny donuts. What makes these guys special?
These are Texas Pete donuts. So slathered in Texas Pete sauce.
Okay, you're great. And we've got a deep fried pie. What is this? A deep fried pumpkin pie? Deep fried pumpkin pie a la mode. Actually, we're gonna start with this one just because everything's melting right now. Spoiler alert about the deep fried pumpkin pie here. It tastes like a pie from McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm gonna give this a 7, and I'm not a sweets person. It's just very, very good for me.
I'd say also 7.
Yeah.
Solid. When it comes to portability, I think the results speak for themselves. That's gonna be like a 1.
Yeah.
Our stomachs are starting to. Now that I've had at this point, and food's 5.
At this point, I was feeling pretty darn good, but Santi, he was feeling a bit off balance. Oh, you sweet summer child. So with the first round of rides done, it was time to sit back down and have ourselves our much-needed snack.
So here we are, fresh off the rides, and how you feeling, Santi?
I'm feeling it, just a little bit. Like, now that we've had a little bit of time, oh boy.
Yeah, it's interesting. While I was on the ride, I wasn't feeling it, but now that I've had some time to settle off of the rides, I feel a bit uneasy down there. Especially the pickle peanut butter. And I don't know how I can tell that that's the one that I feel, but something in my body is telling me like, oh, that's the one that's doing it right now. That was only the first 5. We got another 6 foods all lined up. Gonna wait for this tractor to go past. Holding for tractor pull. Good luck, sir. Here we are. We got another 6 lined up. Again, broken down for our lunch here. We've got appetizer of hot Cheetos corn. We have a lot of donuts.
This is the donut round.
I'm noticing a lot of donuts here. We've got a donut burger. We've got just teeny donuts. What makes these guys special?
These are Texas Pete donuts. So slathered in Texas Pete sauce.
Okay, you're great. And we've got a deep fried pie. What is this? A deep fried pumpkin pie? Deep fried pumpkin pie a la mode. Actually, we're gonna start with this one just because everything's melting right now. Spoiler alert about the deep fried pumpkin pie here. It tastes like a pie from McDonald's.
Yeah.
It's good.
I'm gonna give this a 7, and I'm not a sweets person. It's just very, very good for me.
I'd say also 7.
Yeah.
Solid. When it comes to portability, I think the results speak for themselves. That's gonna be like a 1.
Yeah.
It's
absolutely.
Practically a 0. And then lastly, is that gonna make me sick on our next round of rides coming up here?
So, I don't think so. So
Correct.
this will be a 9.
I would agree. I think that this is totally safe. I feel
Yeah.
good about this. Solid 9. All right, next up on round 2's reverse order, we got Texas Pete donuts. So spicy donuts. My palate is like the roller coaster we just rode.
Sickening.
Really?
Do you like this?
I don't hate it. Do I like it? Like is very strong. It's interesting. I'm not immediately disgusted by it. It goes from to huh to oh to ooh.
I'm gonna say it goes like